Hey, everybody. I'm Mike.
I'm Tim.
I'm Bob.
I'm Michael.
I'm Reed.
I'm Katya.
Yes.
And this is the Board Game Rundown, and we are live from 2 countries because we're global. Or North American, at least.
Yeah.
Western Hemisphere.
One continent.
International.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
International. There you go.
I feel like we're cheating though, because Reed is actually stateside, but you know, we're gonna pretend. Yeah, so sorry for putting the Canadians in last. We didn't intend to do that, but it was pointed out. So I feel like we should acknowledge it. Just bury that real quick.
It wasn't on purpose.
Right.
So, guys, this is our 1-year celebration of Whiskey Wednesdays because we started doing this thing sometime mid-November of last year. Tim and I did a couple streams sort of solo. They were like, you know what would make this way cooler? Because if we could do this together. And
We
so
were
the very
wrong.
first time, well, that's accurate. The very first time that happened was November 29th of 2022. And so what better way to kick this celebration off than 2 of our inspirations for streaming? We got 2/3 of a full 42 reunion show here.
Aw.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is Chris, by the way? He's totally going to get in shit for not being here.
He's busy. I asked, but I waited.
too long to ask him.
I thought we were going
my
to try to
fault.
pass Reed off as Chris. Oh, no, no.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chris.
There we go.
Reed, I mean Chris, what are your feelings on Ahsoka? We need to get a full breakdown
Oh, yeah.
of all the
you
Solo
got me
stuff.
because I'm wearing my Porg shirt, right?
Oh yeah, hey, porgs are my favorite.
Perfect.
They're the best thing in episode 8, in my opinion. Ahsoka, I loved it. I'm a huge
See,
Rebels
there you go.
fan.
It is Chris Strain.
There you go. Yeah, Rebels is awesome. Yeah, I loved it. I mean, I think it really picked up in the second half.
Yeah.
I just feel really bad that Ray Stevenson is gone because, man, you lose the opportunity to have an amazing character for seasons and seasons or movies. I could just do a movie with that character.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, give me that guy, more of him.
Yeah,
But-
too.
But you know, maybe they'll recast, you know, or something, or who knows. Anyways, guys, thank you so much. Yes, like Mike said, we wanted to invite all or as many of our previous guests as possible. He is not lying when he said that the full 42 is definitely an inspiration for some of this because we were watching you guys and really excited about like what you were doing and was like, hey, we could probably kind of just rip that off and like do, you know, sort of like a half-ass version of that.
Thanks, guys.
Like
It's really nice of you.
That's right. Just got to pick a different day. Yeah.
Of
yeah,
course, we don't have a graphic designer working all of our logos and stuff like that, but, you know.
Well, you brought in whiskey into the whole thing. It made it all better.
Yeah. We don't have like cool things like this.
Oh,
but,
stop.
But you know, or board game designers. So we bring in other board game designers and we claim them as our own. And then we just drink whiskey while we talk about it.
Yeah.
No, you guys are great. I mean, when we first met, what was it?
Gen Con 2 years ago. Yeah, a year ago.
To get to know you guys over the past however long it's been, it's kind of weird. Chris and I were talking about it after the show on Monday. It's kind of weird that we're coming up on 3 years of doing that shit. It doesn't feel like that, but
Right.
it's still weird. And time goes by quickly. But watching you guys and watching the banter and watching Mike go from shelf Mike to couch Mike back to shelf Mike and the ribbing you guys all do, like you put on a good show. It's fun to watch. So keep doing what you're doing.
Well, yeah, thank you. I mean, honestly,
We appreciate it.
It means a lot. And seriously, like Mike and I can talk to each other all the time. We do anyways. Same with Bob, you know, who took tonight off work or I don't know, hooky something.
He literally did.
I used my last vacation day for this.
The man.
That's so special.
But having people that we really like and respect and admire, like, and have you guys all being willing to come on the show, it means so much to us. And the coolest and craziest thing is that, like, I was thinking about this because I was working on my top 50 games, right? And it's like, oh, I know that designer. Oh, I know that designer. Oh, I'm friends with that person. Oh, I'm friends with that person. It blows me away. Like, I just kind of starstruck at the same time. And I know blah, blah, blah. You guys are just gamers and you like blah, 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 whatever. I don't want to hear it. You guys are super talented. And I'm really glad and lucky to be able to call you my friends.
Hey, I'm on a show. I got to call you back.
Yeah, see, he's a pro.
He's big timing us. That's what's happening right now.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm not doing anything. What's going on? Yeah.
Bob, quit calling goons while we're on the show.
I want to completely, I just want to echo what Mike said. I mean, you guys are just genuinely cool, just as cool in person. Really nice group of guys, and it's always a pleasure chatting. Happy we got to play some games this time around this year.
Yeah, finally. I think when I first met Reed at Origins, it was like awkward hug. Very nice to meet you. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you next time. And then it was like a year later. But the nice thing is, like, we have a chat with Katia where we constantly are trying to offend her and we constantly fail.
No, it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. But it's fun to try.
Trying.
It is really fun to try. I just love hanging out with people and just talking to you guys and joking around with you guys. I think we message each other kind of all privately and in different group chats all the time, off and on, and it's awesome. I just know that if I was at a convention or just anywhere and I ran into one of you guys on the street, it'd be like, "Oh, what's up? All right, let's go hang out. Let's talk. What have you been up to?" And it's just,
we did that at Origins for how many hours after the whole club?
No doubt.
Yeah.
Every night at Origins.
Yep.
Every night at Origins.
No, you guys are doing. If you watch me on the show and you know me as a person, I like. I'm a big proponent of people that are doing good things and supporting people that are doing good things. And what you did at Gen Con, having that booth set up and inviting people on to showcase their stuff and just giving them a platform for nothing, giving away the games, like spinning the wheel, all the stuff you were doing in the booth. It's really cool to see that at that level. Like it's not, there's nothing in it. Like you're not getting paid for it, right? You're not getting anything for it. You're just doing it and having a platform to show people off and to show good shit off. And I love that stuff.
I mean, it's just because we're passionate. We want to talk about it, like that's it. I love the hobby. I want everybody in. I want everybody to join my cult of board games. Andrew's going to be on the show at some point in time. I actually need to bother him about that. Andrew has an awesome podcast that he runs with a co-host at Tabletop Submarine. If you're not listening, you should. They just had the designer of Dinosaur Island,
John Gilmore.
Yeah, they just had him on there.
They just had Alan Moon on recently.
Yeah, I know, that was a really good episode.
Awesome.
That was a really
Andrew,
good.
Are you going to PAX? I know Josh is going, but are you?
We'll wait and see. So,
yeah, we're all waiting
nobody,
patiently.
Yeah, nobody here is going to PAX, obviously.
Right.
What was that, Andrew? I can't hear
We're
you.
here. Oh, wait, Mike, you're going to PAX? You going tomorrow?
Yeah,
start tomorrow? Okay.
Yep.
I guess I assumed since you were still in New York.
Tonight.
Oh, good point, Bobby.
No, I'm going in late. So unfortunately, Kenny and them, they're going to have to set up the booth by themselves because I'm getting in a little later than normal. So, but I am going to be there tomorrow.
All right,
I got
Mike.
to meet. Oh, go on. Do your thing.
I saw something in your 3WS Discord you were mentioning. Maybe it was the Full 42 Discord. I don't know. I'm in both. You are giving away a promo. Do you want to go ahead and let people know what promo that you're giving away in case they're going to be at PAX U?
Yeah, I already packed.
I got it.
Bag.
I got it.
You have it? Yeah, that. I'm giving that away.
Nice.
And could you tell everybody at home what that is specifically?
So the rare medium promo was given to content creators for us to give away at different times for different things. We gave some away during PotionCon a couple months ago. But I have a bunch, and I figured, if people are in need, they need to find me and take a picture and mention the Full 42, and I think I need to bring more. Like I said I was bringing 20, and then Peter decided to post about it, so I think I'm going to bring some more just in case. But I'll have them all weekend. You just got to find me. I'm not going to tell you the booth number. You got to find it.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Is that for Flamecraft?
Yep.
Yeah, for Flamecraft. And Peter mentioned that Lucky Duck, their booth, not only do they have the deluxe, they found like a bunch of deluxe Flamecraft that they're giving away per day, but they found some of those Lucky Lake or whatever that other promo is too. So if you're around PAX and you want to try and get both of them, Lucky Duck's got the one, and I'm sure other people have some, but I've got a couple of the other ones.
I think David poses
right, David.
a legit question.
I'll bring 42 with him.
It's the only
Good
correct
point.
answer.
I should bring
Real quick,
21, it will be half the 42 will be there. Chris won't be there, so I should only
sure.
bring 21. But
That's true.
Full 21.
That is
since
true.
I'm being called out,
It still feels weird for you to refer to only half of the full 42 because I feel like really only a third of the full 42 will be there. Because Kathy will always be part of the full 42.
I was the
Sorry,
like
I'm gonna put you on the
0.5.
spot there, Mike.
I was a 0.5.
Oh, you brought a lot to the table. You had good games and you like trivia and stuff like that. You crushed it. You were missed, but we're really glad you're here.
Well, they're doing great things without me anyways. And from what I saw the other night, the trivias have, they're in good hands. Let's just say the trivia's in good hands.
That's true. That is true.
that's a fun game. I do like that. We're gonna play it next week. Oh yeah, next week, Monday. You're gonna be on the show Monday.
Oh yeah, I guess we are, aren't we?
Yeah. So let's plug the full 42 again. We're going to be on their show on Monday.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
We're going to just talk about Kathy the whole time. And why isn't she here?
Oh,
That's weird.
stop.
We show up to the full 42 and she bails out. Like, what's going on with this? No. I'm really looking forward to it. It's funny, Mike, because when you first asked us about it, I thought, I don't know why, and I think it's because of tonight and like the way we're having like all the guests kind of be on for like a little bit and then we're like cycling people through. I was like, oh, so we're just going to be on for like 15, 20 minutes. And then that was like the quick like read, like, yep, I'll do it. Like read through. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute. No, that's like a whole thing. I'm actually excited to kind of redeem myself because last time and the only other time I tried to be on your show, I was buffering so bad.
My God. Oh my God! It was.
Don't
awful.
jinx it.
I
You
know.
haven't done it.
So,
Tim, you haven't
As
been the
you-
worst though. We had Jason on. We were going over Stuff of Legend when that was. I think it was right on Kickstarter, and Jason's internet kept bouncing him like every 10 minutes. We just drop him. So you frozen in time was actually better than Jason and him getting like coughed every 10 minutes. So
I wanted to cry. I was so angry that had happened. I was so
you were great
frustrated.
though. You got 6 people on the show right now, and you're not buffering. You're good.
No, we're doing good.
yeah.
We're doing
I mean,
good. I'm
all
looking
Tim had to
forward.
do was call up the Geek Squad, a.k.a. his buddy Mike Rice. I stroll over to the house. I'm there for roughly 45 minutes, and the man has never really buffed since. So just want to say, slight pat on the back. Tim is now tolerable because of me.
Oh,
Wow.
Well
That's
done,
a-
well
that's-
done.
I would say Bob would beg to differ.
Yeah.
So it's nice that this is the last episode of Board Game Rundown.
Yeah.
Happy to
No
be part
doubt.
of it.
So
No
we
doubt.
wanted you guys to be here on the conclusion of the show.
Which is a very sweet bookend, right? A very sweet
And what we're
bookend.
gonna pitch it is it was always just a 1-year thing. It was always
Right.
it was
Limited
planned
series. Yeah.
this way. Planned
was.
this way.
Cheers to that.
We weren't canceled. It was planned.
So we'll have
All
the
right.
pre-sequel
Yeah,
6
can't
years
fire us. We
later.
quit.
We'll do the pre-sequel 6 years later based on viewer input.
Yeah. Okay, Mike, Rice, Mr. Rice.
Yes.
What are we having our lovely and wonderful
Ooh.
and esteemed guests do tonight while they're here?
So everybody that's been on, as you know, we always let our guests pick a topic. I've got down what all of the topics were picked by our guests. So we're going to kind of talk about the topic you picked the first time you were on. But we also are asking everybody, what's your favorite gaming experience from 2023? And what is the best new to you game you've played this year? It doesn't have to be a 2023 release. I say it all the time. We're not the Dice Tower. We don't get to play every 2023 release. There are thousands of them. So just whatever game you played for the first time this year is totally viable. So I guess I'll start with Katsia. Okay. Hey, by the way, before we start though, it's getting to that time of year where your next calendar campaign is coming up. Am I right?
Oh my God. Don't even mention it. I'm like,
No
yeah.
calendar
I've
this year,
had,
guys. Forget I said anything.
let's just put it this way. I have a mosaic that's been on my table, I think, for 3 weeks now, and it's still not finished. It's not because it's taking like too long. It's just that now I'm doing a bit more work with Thundergriff games, so I have less time to put into that. So it's sort of like stretching things out. So it's gonna be crazy before Christmas and after to get the campaign ready. But in the meantime, people can get the calendar on. They can get it on my website. They can get it on BGG. They can get it through Thundergriff Games if they live in Europe. That's probably a better deal. But yeah, there's like 3 places you can get it right now. So if you haven't gotten your hands on one, or if you're still looking for gifts, then that's a great idea.
It is.
It is a great idea, which is why this is the perfect time to announce I backed 2 calendars last campaign. And the reason is, one for me, one is going to be in a giveaway for our viewers.
Yay!
So extra support for Katsia, who does awesome calendars and mosaics every year, and just hopefully just a person that doesn't know about them or has never backed it will become a new backer for you moving forward. So
it's not just the calendar. Yeah. She puts it on bags and she puts it on coasters and all types of cool stuff.
Correct.
All types of stuff.
Correct.
Yep. But I think the other thing that always gets me is how high quality the paper is. Like, you just don't expect that. You're like, whoa, this thing has some heft to it.
And I have to say, I'm really happy with, so this was a sort of a test, I guess, this year. But like the sticker sheet that comes with it to do the challenge, like the board game challenge, I had them cut out a heart in the meeples, and I didn't know how it was going to turn out. But I have to say that when I see the little meeples, like with the little heart cut out, I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
And you put it on paper, and it's adorable. And then you can use the little hearts to complete the other challenges in the months. Like, I'm never going back to regular meeples. I'm always going to do the meeples with the heart.
It's very cool.
They're so cute.
All right. So yes, wanted to, of course, get that plug out there. But the topic that you picked, do you remember what it was?
It must have been, I don't know, nature games, maybe?
It was IPs that we want turned into board games.
Oh.
You didn't remember it. Yeah. I got a trivia game for everybody. I'm going to see if they remember their topic.
That's where Reed and Mike just went, is to go look up what their topics were.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I need to go look.
Homework.
So do you remember any of the ones that you may have picked? You had a few deep cut video games you threw on there.
Okay. So I'm thinking Chrono Trigger would have been on there.
Yes.
Little Big Planet would have been on there.
Yep.
Probably some kind of like Chocobo themed game from Final Fantasy. What other IP? Oh my God, I don't remember what else I.
And you don't have to remember all of them. It's just, I thought that was a really cool topic, by the way. That was obviously the only time we had done that one. So that one was pretty cool. I guess this is going to be Mike Pats on his back night. One of the ones that I picked for that episode was I wanted the Saw movie series turned into a board game, and that happened, and it raised over $100,000 on Kickstarter, and we previewed it.
That's pretty awesome that you got to preview the game that you were hoping to see.
I'm going to be honest right now, it did not meet my expectations.
They rarely do. That's the problem with, when you have like a vision for an IP that you're like, this would make such a cool board game, and whoever ends up making it does not have the same vision you do, And so it's rarely what you want it to be. But hey,
Yeah. Right.
Gonna
Red
be
Rising was
honest.
like, when I heard that Red Rising was going to get a board game, I was like, cool, okay, let me read these books. And he's like, well, these books are awesome. And then I played the game, and I was like, this is not what I would have done with that IP.
yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Bob, since you didn't get to join that episode, off the top of your head, what IP would you turn into a board game? Read
Off the
same
top
question.
of my head.
Well, all the previous topics. He's had time to warm up. Reed, I'll give you time whenever you can think of an IP you want to see as a game.
Well, I'm pretty fortunate that, like, as a nerd, a lot of my favorite IPs have already been put into board games and whatnot. But one of them that has one board game right now, but I would really like to see a lot more of it, is the Warhammer 40K. I love just like the aesthetic and some of like the lore behind all of that. And like, I think the pieces are awesome, but the catch is it has to be pre-assembled. They don't have to be pre-painted, but I don't have time or patience to put everything together. And so, but I want, more like a sprawling, kind of like Tim, like, you and Pete and I were doing that that campaign, right? Like, I would love to see a Gloomhaven style game like that, where you're using the Warhammer kind of stuff, and you're going through and you're playing through these different missions and whatnot. Like, I'd really enjoy to see that.
You should play Forbidden Stars.
Yeah, I haven't
Yeah.
played it.
You'd like it.
Yeah.
You'd like it.
Speaking of Forbidden Stars, I believe that was on Reed's topic. Reed, do you remember your topic?
Yeah, my topic was space themed board games.
And Forbidden Stars was one of Tim's picks, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right.
That's always. I love that game. It's good.
That's great.
It's hard to get to the table, but it's good.
If we had done that list today, I would absolutely add Last Light to it, which is excellent.
I haven't played that yet, but I will tell everybody, I guess, here that I finally got a chance to play Firefly.
Oh, and
I think that was recommended from the chat here, if I'm not mistaken.
How long did it last?
It's a pretty cool game. I like it.
Did it last a long time, or because I've heard it can last a long time?
It wasn't too bad. We were playing it like super late into the night and into the morning. And it was just fun. I just enjoyed collecting the characters and the equipment and all that stuff.
Nice.
But yeah, going back to the IP thing, I thought of it. I mean, I think for me, like in this instant, if I were to request an IP, probably like a Digimon board game would be pretty sweet if it was done right.
Oh, wow.
Like
it
basically thrown on an island and try to survive with this weird Digimon. I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool.
Now you're talking like, let's see, a battle royale board game. You want to talk about thrown on an island and just see who survives.
Oh, what was that Marvel? Avengers Arena? Was it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd make a cool game.
All right, Rice. Are you?
Mike has been on so many episodes that I could not. I couldn't make Guy from all of them, but there was one in particular that stood out just because of how unique it was, and I knew why you picked it. And I think it was the first episode you appeared on. You picked favorite orange components.
Oh yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
We narrowed it down to like individual components. Like one of mine was the meteorites from Planet Unknown.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, a little bit of orange in my history, right?
A little bit.
Well, I mean,
just a little bit.
Just that much.
That was not planned, right? Like when I first started talking to Chris, I loved Asking for Troubles when it was on its first Kickstarter. Before I knew, I had no idea who he was, but I remember it being very orange and very blue, and being in Syracuse, those are like the two colors. And then QSCon came around, so when I thought about QSCon, it had to be orange. Like that has to be the center thing. And then when COVID hit and the planet shut the fuck down, I reached out to Chris when he had his Kickstarter, and it all happened there. I mean, who knew, right? But yeah, orange.
Oh, Mike, aren't you putting a whole bunch of orange in a box and shipping it to me?
No.
Oh, damn it.
Maybe. It's going out tomorrow.
You're getting nothing,
right.
Rice.
I honestly expected you to do it when you got back from PAX, so no pressure.
No, I want to get it out before I go. I gotta get out of the house. I gotta go to the post office, ship a couple things, and then drop Luke off, and then head out. So it's coming, and there's something in there for you too, Tim.
It's a bomb. That's
I mean,
cool.
no, let's not say that. Jesus Christ.
I mean, anthrax. I'm sorry.
Also not good.
It's orange thrax.
Orange thrax. That's it.
There it is.
All right. So
Nick thought I was baiting, but no, this is a true story. Mike is putting some orange in a box and sending it to me.
I just
Yeah,
hope
no,
it's
I'll talk
moldy-
about it. I'll talk
moldy
about it when it
orange.
shows up. We'll go into that later.
Yeah, I honestly, I think we should definitely talk about it when it shows up, but we should play it online. Like we should play it on the show with Chris. It makes sense.
Yeah,
That would be
All right.
awesome.
that sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Nice.
Yeah, that
So
was the first one was orange components, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
yeah,
It was.
I used one of the mechs from GKR Heavy Hitters because
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I just love that game. I'm gonna talk about it. It's got an orange dude in it. It counts. So Katia, we're gonna put the spotlight back on you. How about you can go either or, you can do both. You have a favorite gaming experience, game related experience this year, and or like a new to you game this year. It can be a brand new game or it can be one you've played for the first time this year.
Either or.
That
I like
you've
it.
been enjoying.
there's a few. I played a game at QSCon called Sabika, I think it's called. It's a really heavy game, but it was so good. And I can't even tell you how it works again because there were so many components. There is a rondelle in it. And I think there's like some kind of like path that you can advance and claim things. But anyways, it was just like the planning of it and the strategy behind it was fantastic. That's it. Yeah, that's the game. And yeah, the weight rating is very accurate on that.
Nice.
So
I think the teach was a good like 45 minutes, and the person who explained it really well. So if I taught it, it would probably be an hour and a half, and then everybody would hate the game. But it was very well taught and super clear, so it made sense. But it was just like a really nice, crunchy game.
Nice.
Very
And
cool.
I also played one that I had not played yet that was new to me was Evergreen. So I never played photosynthesis, and it's from the same designer, and people say that it does have some similarities in how the shadows work or whatever, like how you plant things and upgrade them. So to me, I had no frame of reference for that game. But I really, really enjoyed the fact that every round the shadow is in a different direction. So you kind of have to like plan ahead when you're planting your stuff because you want it to score for this round, but you have to be mindful of how things are going to look when the sun moves, and it might not score as much the next round. So you're always kind of like planning ahead a little bit. I really, really enjoyed that one. That was a good, I would say like medium, like light to medium weight. And the components, of course, the little trees are just adorable. So that's also helpful.
I am
helps too.
terrible at photosynthesis, but it is a neat game. I'm just awful at it.
Boss was better.
Yeah. So I'm curious. You said it was a good teach. Now, do you like it when people try to give strategy tips in a teach, or do you just want to know what the actions are and you figure it out yourself?
I mean, like to a certain degree, like if there's something in the game that, gets explained very lightly and then the person moves on, but it turns out that this is a really important component, I kind of want to know, because I haven't played this
so
before.
make sure you pay attention to gaining.
Yeah, something like that. You don't have to tell me that, you're going to want to make sure you maximize everything here because, I don't need you to go into details, but obviously there's a reason that thing is there or, this area is here. So, but it like, you could tell me that this is a game where you're not going to get everything done, or you're going to want to diversify or like however you want to word it. Give me some kind of like overall sense of, am I going for one thing here and I'm just going to like put all my eggs in one basket and hope for the best? Or, so like that's helpful. But the teach was good in the sense that like I'm a terrible teacher of games. I have a very chaotic mind, and I don't know if it's an art thing, but I'm all over the place for everything. So when I teach a game, it looks like that, and it doesn't have a good flow And so I'm always impressed when I have a good teacher that it makes sense in the order that they show you, and everything kind of flows. And as soon as they have a good layout, and then they go into more depth of this does this, and then you're going to, I'm going to explain this. And then, so it all kind of makes sense, but I can't do that.
Hey,
Yeah.
some people got
Yeah.
it. Some
Some
people have a knack for
it.
that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, do you have a favorite experience, or you just want to stay with the games?
Those two games were some of my favorite experience.
So QSCon was one of your best board game experiences this year. Whoa!
Well, I didn't go to Gen Con in Origins, so
I know. That's why everybody else's Gen Con in Origins was 100% terrible.
Yeah, sure.
Like 85% terrible.
But yes, I would say
it made it better.
I would say those games were like definitely a highlight. And an older game called Kin, or I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, QIN, by R&R Games. It's sort of like a more basic form. So it's basically one mechanism of the game Citrus that is just exploited in that game, like entirely. You're building paths and claiming towns and blocking each other and basically just settling. And that was really fun. And it's a game that I had seen before, posted online, and I was intrigued, and I got to play it. So that was super exciting. QSCon was definitely a highlight because I got to hang out with people. I got to play some games that I had never played before that were super awesome. So
very cool.
Very cool. Guys. Next year, you're on the hook for that. Same.
We are on the hook for that. I'm gonna try and make Leprechaun. Either way, I've got the wife talked into a New York trip. I just got to figure out which one. And something Katya said reminded me of my wife when she said it's like settling. That's how I think what my wife referred to when she talks about marrying me. Yeah. It's like settling.
And it was fun, but now.
Yeah, it's got to settle down. Yeah. Reed.
Yeah.
Reed, while we're talking about not settling, let's hear some of your. What do you got?
Well, I think probably one of my favorite new to me games this year was Thunder Road Vendetta. I finally played that.
Nice.
So much fun.
Chaos.
Yeah. I mean, I've played a lot of great games this year. I finally got Star Wars Imperial Assault to the table after sitting on my shelf for like 7 or 8 years, maybe.
Yeah.
I love it.
That was a lot of fun. I mean, I just went and bought like everything for it that was not like characters that I didn't buy like these random troopers or
right. Yeah.
I got my Ahsoka, I got my Rebels characters, and
you got your Tyrant of Lothal.
I do.
Yes.
Did you play it with the app, or did you play it one versus all?
No, I did. I've only done skirmish so far. I want to do campaign, but
I love the app. I've never played skirmish. I've only ever played using the app. I think the app's great. I played it solo, like just running 3 characters and like, let's just go.
I have to disagree with you.
Uh-oh.
I'm not a fan of the app, and I think it's because I played it, and I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and there's 2 things why I don't like Imperial Assault is you can't be Ahsoka. It's shuffled in a deck, and maybe they come up.
Oh, sure.
But I played that game after I played the redo of Descent, whatever. It's not 3rd edition or whatever they're calling it.
Right,
and
right.
The integration on that is so unbelievably well done that when I played Imperial Assault, it didn't even feel like it was a step backwards. It felt like it was a couple steps backwards.
That's like playing PlayStation 5 and then being like, I'm going to bust out my N64 and see how this machine works. And you're like, wait, what?
That's even better. That's so much like playing Mario Kart is better. Like this actually felt like you were playing like Pong. And like it was, I really wanted to like it. But I've been told, that's why I asked Reed, I've been told that playing it, one versus all is better because the app was bad. Like playing it as a fully cooperative, the app detracts from it.
If you could find people to play, because that's the thing is, a lot of times it's hard to find somebody willing to play the 1v all, and they just want to play cooperative. So at least the app is there to.
Yeah, it's a good
madness, right? Like Rocket Mansions of Madness as the mansion is completely different. And you fuck up one card, the whole thing is done.
Yeah.
Playing with the app is okay. Yeah. All right.
I've been playing Frosthaven this year. Speaking of games with a lot of setup, I mean, Mansions of Madness is not that bad, but at Frosthaven we're having fun with it. But it's I don't know. I feel like 60% maintenance and 40% game. But yeah.
I
Anyways,
you're not wrong. I mean, I think
It's been hard to get
Gloomhaven
back
had
to
the
the
same
table.
problem.
Not as bad as Frosthaven though, because Frosthaven has like a whole like there was a small phase of Gloomhaven where you're in the city. Frosthaven, like 30%, 20% of the game is your city actions and rebuilding the city and doing all of that, and it's
okay.
It is a lot for sure. I'm excited for the app. The PC version of Gloomhaven is excellent. I can't wait for that to come out for Frosthaven because I don't like that fidgety.
Right, it'll take care of all that for you. Yeah, click, okay, go away. Let's go fight some stuff. Yeah.
Going to experience. So had a lot of fun at Origins. I definitely going back to Origins next year. I go to Decepticon every year, and that's a ton of fun. Social deduction games all day, every day, basically.
Nice.
And I run, last 2 years I've run vigilante tournaments, and I get like 20, 25 people playing. It's so much fun.
Very cool.
And then we have something here called Niagara Board Gaming Weekend. Well, not here because I'm in Atlanta, but Niagara Board Gaming Weekend is amazing. If you get the chance, you should come up. I find Origins, there's a little bit of work involved because you got to take advantage as a designer of like prototype testing and all of this extra stuff, plus running demos for your games. But Niagara Board Gaming Weekend is just like the most chill board gaming convention I've been to. You just go there for 4 days, you play games, and that's pretty much it.
Love it.
Cool.
Those are the best kind of cons.
I'm hoping to go for one day because it is really close to me.
Yes.
That's close to you guys. St. Louis is not so close to you guys, but they've got that Geek Way to the west, and that's literally just you go there to play games. It's like all you're really there to do is play games, and that's why I really enjoy that con. So
I had to look it up, David. I had to look it up. It's Decepticon. It's got an A before the con, so I had to look it up. I love social deduction.
It is a transformative experience, though.
Oh yeah! I love
Unreal. Who is this guy? With his Chimbot name.
He's more than meets the eye, that's for sure.
Reed, are you going to be there the whole time?
Decepticon?
No, at Niagara Board Gaming.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. I've heard a couple of friends of mine from the area go, and this is my first year going. I've heard nothing but good things about it. So
yeah, we'll have to get some games.
Cool. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, looks like our friend Chris Charwood will also be at Decepticon. He sounds very excited about it.
Our resident troll is in the cave.
And I think Donnie's right, though. Donnie's right.
Before we get this game started, let me just say I'm a liberal.
Right.
So then we'll move forward. So that's just how I start every game of Secret Hitler.
I'm clutching
every
my
game.
pearls.
I'm consistent. That's the important part. Every game.
All right, Googs.
Yep.
You're in deep in the hobby. You get all kinds of crazy game experiences, play all kinds of cool, exciting stuff. What has crossed your path that has impressed you, and what are some of your best game experiences?
I haven't. What is it? November? It's almost December. I haven't played a game all year.
Oh, it's weird.
Oh,
live.
wow.
I played a game with you.
Crazy.
I mean,
so did I.
He's a werewolf.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He was loyal to the boy.
He was.
I was.
Wait, I'm jealous. I didn't get to play a game with Mike. That's not fair.
You did not.
Mike, next time I see you, I have to play a game with you. That
You did
not
play
happen.
a game, Mike.
Did?
You just fell asleep halfway through it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I didn't get to log it. So like in my brain, it's gone.
Yeah, he tried to black that out because of what happened right in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, because
Right,
he
yeah,
also
he
flipped over his.
Yeah.
He flipped over his loyalty card. Like,
What is
hey,
werewolf
so
mean?
guys,
I don't
this
know.
is everybody needs to look at this. Is
So
what we're saying.
in Mike's defense, it was unintentional. It's not like he revealed it and showed us. He just when he was doing something on the table, it flipped over. So.
He was doing something under the table and it flipped the card over.
Correct.
Right. So he's being shady AF. Turns out he was shady.
Yep.
I love it. And then he fell
Oh my
asleep
goodness.
halfway through.
That was
It was late. It was late.
It was Reed. You were in that game too, weren't you?
Yeah,
Reed
for
was.
sure.
Evil as hell too, smiling
Yeah,
over
yeah.
there.
That was a fun game, by the way. I picked that up.
Thank you.
nice.
Yeah, it's a good. Kevin did a great job on that. I mean, social deduction with a shifting loyalty is just amazing.
Yeah, and I like the action mechanic where everybody's got to agree. Like, okay, yes, we agree that you're going to do this. Well, funny you say that because
Yeah.
actually we're going to do this. So yeah, a really nice twist on that. I think it makes even Bob enjoy social deduction games more than he normally does, which is to say not very much.
Well, you were screwed, right? Like,
Yeah.
I remember playing Battlestar Galactica years ago with my friend in Wisconsin, and I was a Cylon, and I was just fucked the entire game. I couldn't get anything done, and it felt like 4.5 hours of hell.
Yeah.
So, like in this, in Stuff of Legend, if people are onto you, you can use that to your benefit with the whole shifting thing, right? Like if you have the right card, you can manipulate the card that's out of play, or in the unused, and you can manipulate people's actions throughout the game to your advantage at certain times. Like it's a very clever mechanism.
It is, man. And it's actually was put out by a pretty cool studio. That's weird.
Yeah,
Who makes that?
yeah, this small company.
Probably haven't heard of him.
No.
Hey, spoiler
First-
alert! They got a
first
game
I
in
was
my
wrong
top
earlier.
50. They got a game in my top 50.
Wait, what? It's in your top 50?
Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
Nice.
Well, the one we talk about
I
all
don't
the
think
time.
it's that one. It's
That was
the
the,
other.
Oh, the
space
other
one,
one.
right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mission Control is great. Dave,
I need to play Stuff of Legend more. I only played it the one time. We've got to play it again
Stuff of
so we
Legend's
can
awesome.
do it.
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, Mission Control.
needs-
Dave just posted in the chat in the Discord. It's on the Barnes and Noble holiday table, so that's going to be pushed out. Yeah, that was great. That was Donnie's in the chat and Corey. Their game. That's what we met. That's how we met. Was you guys were coming to film that last year?
Yeah.
Last
Something like that.
year. And I gotta tell you, Katsia was the one that told us. She told me, "Hey, you should check out that big booth over there." And there's this
Yeah.
cooperative game that's real time. I'm like, "Whoa, that sounds crazy! Whoa, that sounds perfect for our group. Let me go get the guys." And then here we are.
Well, you couldn't fucking miss it, right? With that gigantic simulator,
Well, yeah, I
It
mean, you
was
immediately
awesome,
want to
though,
know what it
Kurt.
is.
which is being retired, by the way. That
Oh.
it's no longer going to conventions.
That
It had a
was
good run.
That would be on my list of favorite gaming experiences. Like that simulator, I absolutely fell in love with the whole experience with a person narrating it as you go. You get this secret booth, and everybody's standing up at an easel. Easily, no question, one of my favorite experiences.
Well, having Keith, or as we know him, Sundown, dressed up in the Saga outfit, getting you guys to go through it, and like it heightened the experience, and it was really fun.
Yes.
The biggie version of it is available when you get the game. There's a QR code that takes you to the download, so you can download those big posters if you want to like have a game night and put them on your wall or do whatever. So that's still, you can still do it and get it, but yeah.
Awesome.
Did that answer your question? I don't know if that didn't answer your question at all, did it?
No, you got to still tell us your favorite game experience and your at a game you've enjoyed this year.
It's so hard to pick an experience, right? Like watching Charcuterie do super well on Kickstarter was one thing. Being able to be in the community, in this community as much as I am, not the board gaming community, just in the Syracuse community, with QSCon Tuesday, now QSCon Thursday, the prototypes on Sunday, the conventions that are twice a year, like that. Every time I'm at one of those things and I see people at a table just gaming that either they know each other or they met through QSCon or they don't know each other and it was their first time, like it's so humbling to be on this side of creating that stuff. And then on the other side, being in the industry and knowing as many people as I know and being able to call them friends, right? Like I can't pick
my
one
favorite
thing.
thing.
It's all surreal to me still. having the show. I mean, every day there's something. Sunday's prototype, Monday's the show, Tuesday's QSCon Tuesday, Wednesday's Whiskey Wednesday, Thursday's QSCon Thursday. Like every day there's I'm so in the thing. It's I'm just beyond myself. Like it's amazing. But for gaming experience, it's got to be Heroes of Arcadia.
Oh, I loved watching you guys play that. That was fun.
Yeah, it's super stupid, and very basic. Where you roll a die, and it's you just got to beat the die roll. But we have so much fun with it at the brewery. Like Dave, the owner, like he sent me a text like, "You coming tonight? I want to play." We have so much fun with it, and it's you don't need to drink, but it's just super approachable. It looks cool on the table. The idea that you have your hit points as your pint glass, like every time I play it it's been my thing for this year. Like I look forward to playing that game with people, regardless of if we played it before or not. Like it never gets old. It's super fun. So among everything else, like that's the thing that I guess that kind of stands out for games. I played Arc Nova. I really like the way Arc Nova did its selection thing. So that kind of stood out because I didn't think I would like it. But yeah.
No, and that's the thing, right? It's so hard it's like picking a favorite child, unless you only have one. And you don't have just one. You've got millions of children. I don't. That's how rumors start.
That's how rumors start. Let's not do that.
I just heard you went on a hockey trip with certain players and their family members. But no,
I don't have millions. I only have two.
I only knew a Luca, so yeah, there you go.
It is really difficult to pick. It's hard to compartmentalize the difference between like the hobby and the industry. It really, I say it often, it really is humbling to be where I am and know who I know and to be able to do the things I do. It's really hard for me to pick a thing.
Well, you don't get to do it without putting all that good out in the universe that you do. You put out good, it comes back to you. I mean, you've got a sterling rep, and it's well deserved. I'm not blowing smoke, I mean, because we like to, fuck with you as much as we can, but that's,
if you don't, we're no longer friends, first of all.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to let Katya sign off because she was having some phone stuff. So we don't want her.
Yeah. My phone, it completely froze on me. I couldn't even exit the app, but it was like completely freezing. And I grabbed my phone and it's boiling hot. So I think I have to log off. My phone is overheating.
It's a hot stream, that's all.
Yeah, correct. It is a hot stream. But anyways, but thank you so much for having me on. This was so much fun. And I miss everybody.
Thank you so much, Kathy. It was wonderful seeing you. We will hear from you, in the future.
Of course.
We'll have you on as a guest sometime.
Yeah.
Just to hang out and BS with us. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Katya. You're the best.
You guys are. Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
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 On that note, as I know Reed's out of town. Whenever you guys have to pop off, is totally cool. We of course have a lot of people coming on tonight, so we don't want to cut anybody short. But it's totally awesome for everybody that gives us any of their time tonight. So
appreciated, yeah.
If you got people waiting, just let me know. No, I won't be offended.
No. I think we're getting ready to transition into the next crew. But if is Luca gonna say bye?
He's right here. I'm trying to get him to come around. Like he doesn't understand that you guys aren't Chris. Like you don't have any of that chin beard.
I don't have
know who I'm talking to right now.
Tim, take your hat off, then he'll get it.
Oh
there
yeah.
Hold on. Oh, there you go. Look who it is. Look, come here, look. Come here.
There you go.
I think this helps.
No, you got to say bye over here.
Oh God, I have to.
You just said bye and walked into the living room.
Would a cat help?
To answer Nick's question, the pint says components, yes. And not only do they have, so the pint glass is your character, and it goes to 60 hit points. And every time you lose or take a hit, you drink your hit points. But if you wanted to travel with it and not travel with the pint glasses, which come in glass or plastic, they come with straws, like the rubber or PVC, not PVC, that's whatever the rubber component is, that's like,
Yeah, safe.
that stuff. They come with those that you put in any pint glass. So if you're at any bar and you want to play, and everything is plastic. Like on one of the shows, I punched a pint glass on camera and it went all over the place. But everything's plastic, so you just clean it off and you're good.
You're good.
Really, really clever. Like it. Also, the rules are like supposed to be understood inebriated, so it's very easy to understand why you're.
Does it come pre-laminated and everything, like the instructions?
It's so well done, well thought out. And the puns of all the characters are just super, super fun. Can you come here?
Love a good pun.
Come over here, say
Your
bye.
your cat is so well behaved, Bob.
Come here.
She loves being held. If I held her, she'd stay like this all day. But like usually when I'm sitting down though, she's like, if we're just gonna stay here, I'm gonna go. But, she's like in the spotlight right now. She missed me. I went to my parents' house for 4 days, so ever since I've been back, she's just been like all up in my jazz.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
She's a sweet girl.
I'm gonna make some space for your next guest. I gotta come back on, talk to you guys about Rune Beasts.
Yes,
Yeah.
Reed. Reed, thank you so much, man. I know you're in a hotel and I know you got stuff going on tomorrow. So it means a lot to us that you made some time to come on. And
good luck on your test.
We appreciate you.
Reed, I'll see you in January, Reed.
Yeah, see you then.
Cool.
Bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
Reed.
Luca, come here so I can say bye properly. Come on.
All right. So as one designer leaves, more pop in the stream. So
I should leave before I see who this is.
I don't know if you know TJ.
I don't know if you know these guys. So we got two more popping in here. We've got our friend TJ Swing, the Hike It designer, and we've got Jim Cole.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's
if you
up,
guys don't know
guys? How we
Googs,
doing?
you should fix that.
Yeah. No Googs.
No Googs.
Yes.
He's a good dude to know.
I appreciate
What's up,
that.
guys?
Howdy.
That's it.
Thanks for coming on tonight, guys. We appreciate it. Celebrating 1 year of doing this crazy stream that Tim and I came up with a year ago. Totally stole off Mike's show.
Totally
I'm gonna use
different.
that joke all night.
All right,
But
he's not going to say bye. So before let me transition out. He's not cooperating.
It's all good. Mike, we'll see you next week. But I'm sure we'll chat before then. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to
Thanks
see
for
you,
having me
Mike.
on, guys. Congratulations on the year. Keep doing what you're doing. You guys are awesome.
hey, safe travels
You're
tomorrow.
awesome,
Enjoy
Mike.
PAX.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
for real.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
lucky bastard. Bye.
See you, man. Guys, how we doing? What are you guys
Oh.
drinking?
Oh,
Pepsi.
I haven't poured it yet. Hang on, let me
Why
make
don't you
sure.
gentlemen have a Pepsi?
I don't think we've asked that question tonight, and I know Jim would have a drink, so he was the first person I was going to ask if it didn't come up.
I'm about to pour this. This is I only bust this out for real special occasions. So for you guys,
Oh,
on
so
your first,
what are you doing after this? Oh,
right? I got some
Oh, he's got
whistle
Whistle
pig. Whistle Pig
Okay.
18.
Wow.
Just for you guys.
That was in a barrel
sounds like
a
a-
long ass time.
Yes.
that's like what my girlfriend in high school's nickname was, I think.
Oof. Man, I hope
I
it
know
was
her.
18. and not-
Bob knew her.
I think she's watching right now.
Oh.
TJ,
Just
if I had to
hate watching.
guess who this was, would I be correct? I only have one guess.
Hey,
who?
he got it.
Big Daddy Cincy, that's my brother.
Oh, right. On.
Okay. My guess was going to be George, of course. So
I love Spies Like Us. It's a great
He's
movie.
the other Big Daddy Cincy, but there's two of them.
nice.
I think
Since he's-
1792 Coke does have Coke in it. So.
Oh, it's
Nice. Yeah, we've been asking everybody. We've been reviving the topic that you guys picked, and how your year in gaming has been going. So your favorite games that you played for the first time this year, or your favorite gaming experience. Either one is fine. But I'll start with Jim. Jim, you picked your favorite dark games. I
Yeah.
wonder why you did that.
And Jim, by the way, man, it's nice to meet you. I'm TJ.
All right. TJ, are you also TJ in the Discord?
I'm not in the Discord.
Fail. What you need to do is get in the Discord and join the rest of us knuckleheads goofing off at work.
Gotcha.
But nice to meet you too, TJ. Yeah. I
Jim,
went
you
with
got any
Dark.
favorite? Oh yeah, dark games.
Yeah, I went with Dark because I also left it ambiguous because I like that, and everybody kind of ran with it, which I enjoyed. Highlights on my top 5 Dark would be my 2 hipster picks just for Tim, and I went deep hipster, which would be Slasher, which came in a VHS tape.
Yeah.
Nothing like a game that comes in an old VHS tape, except for maybe one that came in an AOL CD. I think would be the only thing that could top that.
Right.
And the other one was Plagues and Pestilence, which is most incredible, beautiful game ever. I'm not gonna lie, I stole some of their mechanics because it's awesome.
Hey, inspired by.
Sure. There you go. And also Zombies because, well, it's zombies, and also Twilight Creations. And Todd, God bless his soul, did some awesome shit well before the rest of us were doing that stuff. So, cheers to him.
Nice.
And cheers to that.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't even remember my list. I got it written down, but I had some fun ones on there. That was a good list. I enjoy horror themes and dark stuff, and we had a good time with that. Now, TJ, I don't remember. I know Mike's got it. TJ, do you remember what your topic was when you came on?
Yeah, it was about theme. How important is theme to board games, basically. Yeah.
Oh man, how'd I miss that one? That is so important.
And it
bless you.
Well, it was fun to kind of have the conversation about like whether it does or doesn't. And I think that there's room for both. I like it more, I think, when there's a fun theme that doesn't feel pasted on, but I can also play a game with no theme and enjoy it. I think it just irritates me if the theme sucks or it's pasted on. And it's like, why does this even have a theme? Like this could just be abstract and we'd be cool.
Well, I think in our conversation, we talked about like almost every board game has a theme, and it's almost you need a theme. And I think the theme enhances, if it's done right, any game. But yeah, games don't need themes. There's plenty of games I play that the theme is non-existent, but it's just, if it's an amazing game, it's just an amazing game. And if you could probably tack on a better theme to it, then it would probably just make it even better, I think.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. TJ just summed up the whole show right there.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, basically.
All right, I saw it. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, and again, it makes sense of why you guys pick the topics that you do, because TJ, having played Hike It, I'll tell you, it feels like a hiking simulator. Like it's very true to its theme. It's not like an abstract hiking nature theme. It's these are the things you're actually going to encounter if you were to go hiking in the wild, and it felt like that at times. Yeah.
And it's not even just the mechanics as far as like what you need to do to survive a long distance backpacking trip, but I also like injected the stress and the dread of going out there and like, oh my God, I'm out of water. What am I going to do? And like you're quite literally like sweating sometimes through the game trying to figure out what to do. So yeah, I loved it. I had so much fun doing that.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. We were excited about it. And thanks again for I'll never stop thanking you for trusting us with your prototype to do a video and stuff like that. I know
I appreciate that, but I think it should be in reverse. I appreciate you guys taking the chance and doing a couple videos with me, and then just the friendship we've had since then. So it's great.
Yeah, I mean,
for sure, man.
TJ's one of the guys. We've got to chat with TJ, and we probably talk more about sports than we do board games in that chat, and I'm fine with that.
Well, college football.
Yeah, that's okay.
Lots of college football. Lots of college football.
Yeah, it's sad that it's ending, man.
I know it. It's the saddest time of year for me is when college football season ends, and I got to wait for baseball.
Christmas is over. Football's over. Might as well just crawl into a cave and just hibernate.
Suck less. Right. Yeah. Hibernate through spring and summer.
Baseball's boring. I can't watch it. In person, it's fine. You go, you have a beer, you have a hot dog, enjoy the ambiance. On TV, I'm like, might as well be golf. you know.
David bringing his typical puns, and the funny thing is, he didn't even realize he made one regarding TJ's other game that we'll be talking about more
Pigskin.
next year,
Pigskin.
which is a football game.
Yep. Very, very thematic football game again. Yeah, for
Mhm.
sure.
And then I don't know, did we mention Jim's game? Because we're talking about TJ's game, the zombie survival infection. Oh,
Which
yeah.
also funded.
Yeah. Look at that. I feel like we got a decent track record with like having people on and then their things fun. I'm not saying we're part of it, but we're responsible probably for at least like 2 or 3 backers each.
Yeah, I would say 2 or 3. Yeah.
Each campaign,
I
and
backed
usually
it,
that's all the
backed
hosts. Yes.
Well, you guys
Still counts.
saved me from a lot of work because I was gonna try to crash in a gameplay video before I launched, and I didn't have to because we did it at Gen Con. and
Yeah,
it
we
was-
That
just
was
filmed one.
awesome. That was a ton of fun.
That was
and it
good.
I'm
worked
really
out.
hoping we get to do that again for Gen Con next year. Like having
No
a
doubt.
table there and letting people bring their games, demo them for us on camera and everything, and give them like a little teach of what they got going on. Like I really enjoyed that experience.
That was awesome.
Yes, both of you guys got to do that. That's right.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, Wayne's right. I think I just got to find a way to become interested in soccer. I haven't been able to do it. It hasn't stuck yet.
Yeah, I
but
don't know about that.
Just play Blood Bowl, man. Just play Blood Bowl on the off season.
There we
Yeah.
go.
You get a league going and everything.
Our local game store does Blood Bowl all the time. They have on
I
Sundays
know.
when they're filming, and I always see guys in there playing. If
Yeah.
I didn't have to glue and assemble the pieces, I'd probably play.
There's a dude. There's a
Bob
dude. That,
refuses to play other people's games.
there's a dude that I've literally known since 5th grade that plays Blood Bowl there every Sunday. I see him. He's a big Chiefs fan. So if you see Jim out there, he's the dude in the Chiefs hat, or he's always got some Chiefs gear on. To his credit, he's been a Chiefs fan as long as I can remember, and I don't know if it's because of Joe Montana or what, because
Sure.
that's how old we are.
Man.
I don't know what a Chiefs fan's doing in Northern Indiana. That's because Jim does not look like the kind of dude that listens to Taylor Swift. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
He must have rode a bandwagon in. That's all I
back in
can
the
say.
day.
Yeah.
So
He
our
liked the Chiefs before she was born. I can say that.
That's right. There you go.
all right, maybe you didn't ride the bandwagon in. That's fine. That's fine.
Yes, Nick,
so
you are correct there. Highlight it.
favorite games that you played for the first time this year,
Oh, I
or
can't.
favorite game experiences? TJ, what do you got? Either one or both?
Yeah, I've got a couple. I mean, I've got a couple like runners up. Then I got one that just completely blew me away. Like Revive. I really love that game. Barcelona. As soon as I played that, I fell in love with it. And thanks to you guys, Taverns of Tiefenthal. It's been on my wish list for years. And then when I saw your video, I was like, wait a minute, it's that good? So I bought it, and then I fell in love with it, bought the expansion the next day, and been playing the hell out of that.
Nice.
But the one that is like, this is going to sound lame because everybody's probably like, duh. But I funded the Castles of Burgundy special edition and haven't played it since. And I just played it 5 weeks ago. And believe it or not, it's my number one game played. Now I track all my games I play, and I've played it more than any other game. And it's only been 5 weeks since I opened up that damn box.
Damn.
So
Nice.
I mean, that game to me that's a game that really has zero theme. I feel nothing when I'm playing it, but I feel everything when I'm playing it. Like just that puzzle, I fall in love with it. I want to show everybody I know who hasn't played it, this game. So that's been the 2023 game of the year for me. New to me.
Nice. Yeah, I want to get it, but I'd have to have those acrylic tiles, and like having that be like an extra purchase on top of like the already expensive big box. Like I'm like, I don't know. Mike's got it. I'll play his copy.
We've got to get a review out, but I got to learn all the module stuff yet. I show Bob base game just with the new copy.
Yep.
So that's got to happen. I'm stoked that you love it, and I got to say, Revive is like towards the top of my wish list. So. Can't wait to try that one.
Yeah, and
I
I've got
know
Barcelona.
nobody in
I
our
just haven't gotten it on the table yet.
Nobody in our group has Revive, so that's going to be like one of my next few purchases.
Nice.
Jim, what you got? You got any games that have blown you away this year?
Well, sadly, I haven't gotten to play many games because I had a Kickstarter at the beginning of the year that didn't work, and then I had this, so that's been the bulk of what I played. However, at Board Game Geek, I was able to play a bunch of other games, and it pains me to say this.
Uh-oh.
It pains me because it's like a popular game now, but also it is the first SpaceX game I've ever liked. I utterly despise all SpaceX games, but Last Light, I enjoyed the shit out of it. I liked the fun mechanic of things moving around. I clearly didn't plan ahead for it, and all of a sudden I'm halfway across the
Tough.
freaking
It
board.
can be so tough, yeah.
I know, right? So, and it wasn't super rules heavy and wasn't
Right.
fidgety, and I really, really enjoyed it. And it sucks that I enjoy a SpaceX game now. So
I got it. I have not played it yet. I'm so looking forward to getting on the table very, very soon.
it's good.
I
It's good.
really
And it-
liked
Yeah.
it.
The rules
I
are
have a-
pretty light.
They're easy.
I wouldn't say light,
Yes.
but they're in the end of
Class
medium,
light.
and most SpaceX games are like just stupid.
Yeah.
You're like, half of this stuff doesn't need to be here, you know?
Right.
So,
So question for you though.
Hmm?
Did the end of your game devolve into okay, how many times can I get my command card back? Because I need to play the command card over and over again.
No, not really. I mean, we
Okay.
were,
See?
yeah. I mean, I only
That's
got to
good.
play one,
Yeah.
and I'm sure there was a bunch of that because we were trying to get in those last fights, but
Mhm.
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
and just some area would get wiped out, and some person's like, I can take that, but yeah, it wasn't that hardcore. I
Okay.
will say the card that allows you to take back a card. There was like
Mhm.
when you're a little
Refresh?
upgrade, allows
Oh,
you to
yeah.
get back a card is
Yep.
the best thing. And I didn't save it till the end. I did it in the middle, and I was kicking ass in the middle. And then I realized, like, oh, there's not many of those cards in the deck, and I got all of them, and I used them all at once. Son of a bitch. So
Right.
yeah.
I was actually talking to
This-
Tim's sister like a few minutes ago about that, and it's like I really wish that there was maybe like more text you could use to win the game, right? To get you more light and things like that, instead of just text to get that command card back again over and over again. 'Cause
Sure.
I'm really worried it's just going to devolve into
Okay.
who can get their card back the most. And
Yeah.
that's because I really enjoyed playing it, but I want more ways to diversify.
Let me just say, Bob's just salty because he's 0 for 2 in this game.
Oh shit. Okay.
And one of
I got
those
one of the
losses.
wins.
One of those losses.
Was the other. Yeah, that's why he's salty.
Oh, he's salty as hell.
I'm just saying, I'm looking for alternate win conditions. That's why I like civilization type games, right? And Forex, I like to have different types of win conditions.
Sure,
but
sure.
if it's just I just need my command card back 6 times in a row and I can win,
Yeah.
okay, well that's not.
I
4X,
get his complaint, but don't let him piss on the parade. Last Light is really good.
It is.
I liked
It's
it a
super
lot.
pretty. I do enjoy playing it still. I'm trying to, like I said, I've only got to play it 2 times, so I'm asking other people. I asked Julia what she thought. I'm asking you now as I show you played, and I want to hear everybody's feedback as to is that what it's becoming? Is that what it breaks down to? So
Yeah. Well, speaking about
Also-
alternate win conditions, my other favorite gaming experience this year, not talk about my own game, but I was running a demo for some friends, and there's a buddy of mine who I ran it for him and his friends, and then later he hooked up with some other gamers, and he was in the open gaming hall, and he's like, dude, can you run another demo? And I was like, that's why I'm here, but okay, if you insist, sure. So I sat down with him and a bunch of new people, and I got to tell you, it got to the point where there were 4 zombies and 2 players, and the zombies actually won, which is one of the first time ever that I've demoed it to a large group where that happened, and it was awesome, and everybody loved it. And the 2 people that lost were just like, everybody cheered because the zombies won and humanity was wiped out, and everybody's like,
nice,
you know what?
yay!
I feel good about it. Yeah. So that was the first time it happened in in a con out in the wild kind of thing,
Right,
and it felt
sure.
great. It was awesome. So yeah, that was one of my other great gaming experiences this
That's
year.
a good feeling.
That's very cool, though. That's very cool. I've never made a game, but I have to imagine that watching people play your game and have some of those kind of stand-up moments where you watch them sweat over your game,
Right.
and some of the decisions, it's got to feel good. It's got to feel
Gotta be
incredible.
satisfying, yeah.
It
When
does,
you see
yeah. I
somebody
mean,
that sees the matrix behind it, who fully gets it, you're like, yes. And
that's the piggyback off Jim there. Like when we were at Gen Con last year, we were doing the the playtest hall or whatever there.
Mhm.
We had some of those moments with the with Hike It, so where you sit back and it's just surreal, to where people are like hooting and hollering, and just after the game was done, they're sitting there talking about it. Oh, you remember this when you did this? And I have to kick them off the table because the next group's coming in, but you don't. You just want to sit there and listen to them. You're like, man, this
Right.
is great.
Yeah,
Right.
that's awesome.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. That's very cool. I'm glad you guys get experiences like that. That's gotta, because I always say this is I feel like you guys have got to be brave though to make a game and try to put it out there, because you work so hard on it. It's this project you're very proud of. And inevitably there's going to be people that are just going to crap on it and like wreck it and tell you, that you suck, get out of here. But when you get that positive feedback and all those people are just, you see people enjoying it. When you have successful Kickstarters, you're like, okay, maybe I am doing something right. Like maybe this is landing. They get it.
Yeah, in person, it's usually been fairly positive. What I'm concerned about is later when the conversation goes online. Online, people tend to get a little more braver with the comments,
right?
So,
right,
but yeah,
right.
everybody that's met it in person has been very nice. They always get criticism, some feedback here and there, but yeah. But that's just the nature of the beast, and that's the nature basically anything. You guys deal with it and what you do, and everybody else that has anything to do with anything
for sure
has to deal with it. So,
for sure, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's very easy to get lit up in the comments of some chat thread with one of your videos or one of your games. I mean,
yeah.
We've had it happen, and usually when you pop out and you're like, hey, I disagree and this is why, like they don't really have a great civil conversation, like a response. Like
yeah. Hopefully Bob doesn't realize that, and hopefully Bob doesn't realize that in Hike It you can keep getting your command card back constantly.
Yeah. It's the only way to win, Bob.
Figure out
It's
a
the only
good
way to win.
strategy.
Yeah.
Well, that and the bear strategy where you could just.
We'll never win again. Yeah, the bear.
My goal is to just turn into the bear and then eat everybody.
That's right.
Actually, what I want to do is when I get a copy of Hike It, I'm gonna paint a Chicago Bears C on my bear.
Oh God!
There we go.
And then it won't get anybody.
I guess the Bears always going to lose then.
Yeah, right.
There'll be some negative comments coming from this side.
You're never going to win with that bear, that's for sure.
Well, maybe one time, and then we'll just live off of that. That one time 40 years ago. Remember how
Take
good
that
we
bear
were
out of the game, put him on the mantle.
Yeah.
We're playing defense as the best offense. Oh God!
I'm gonna put a big mustache on that bear and a little sweater vest. It'll be great.
David's got
sunglasses.
David's got a good comment. Pop it up there, Mike. Or a good question.
Oh,
There you
confirmation bias.
Do
you guys feel like?
I'll go. I feel that actually, it's the same, but the opposite. The people that have biased are gonna hate it, like coming in no matter what. Like I did a demo for, when people find out the game has a take that element, instantly they're just like, and you're like, okay. And then you have those people that still sit down, and then their criticism is, well, yeah, just make it less take that, and you're just like,
you missed the point.
Information.
Yeah.
Make the zombies more nice to each other and make the people in a terrible situation be all showing up with baked goods on each other's doorstep. You'd be like, yes.
If you want a co-op,
that would have made The Walking Dead really awesome if they just showed
if Negan didn't have that bat,
yeah, if they just showed up with flowers and cookies, it'd make it more riveting. Yeah.
That show would have ended a lot sooner.
Well, it should have anyways, but yes.
Fair.
But I think the bias is actually in reverse. And I know people on the fence, I can usually win them over, especially when I give them, the idea behind the game. And if they didn't quite see the matrix, you can kind of help them see it. But the people that just show up with the wall up anyways, I've also learned now, I don't waste my time because I could demo for people that I know probably will like it or are not going to show up with a bias. So before I was like, I'm going to try to win this guy over, and it ends up just being a turd. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to, So I've just learned now, man, just that's cool. Awesome. you know, give it a look. If you don't, whatever, and then move on to the next person.
Right.
I was surprised, especially at Gen Con last year when we did the play test hall. I was unfamiliar with how it worked, how people signed up, how they knew which game to want to play. And I kind of thought people were, would know what my game is or what everybody's game is and sign up for that game. But when people started showing up at the table, every 2 hours, different groups of people, I would ask them, okay, so are you familiar with the game? They're like, no. I was like, okay, would you like hiking? No. I'm like, okay, this is going to go well. But it goes to show that they all had a positive experience, even though they didn't care much for the, what was going on there. So, yeah, I don't know if the bias is so much there. I guess it all really depends on if you're willing. I don't know. When you say you're willing to try a game, does that mean try a game with the host sitting there like explaining things to you, or is that just try a game, kind of a blind test? Because I think there would be a different kind of possible bias there. I don't know.
Well, I can tell. I'll just give you my opinion as sort of like somebody that we review games, and sometimes I review games or sit down to look at games that normally I would never touch, and I usually bring that up in the video. Especially if I really like it. And it's like, look, I don't really, like nature themes were like really big, kind of have been big with games like Cascadia and Wingspan and things like that. I give a damn about nature theme games. I don't care. I do not like Cascadia. Unpopular opinion, and that's fine. People love it and good for them. Like, I'm really glad people have a game they love. Like, awesome. I'd play it. I wouldn't be a jerk about it. I'd sit and play it. But when a game, and I'll just use Hike It, for example, right? Like, I've been to that location, but I'm not like I'm a hiker where it's like, I drive to the park and I go on a hike for, a couple hours and I come back and that's it. Right. Like, Hike It is not that. Hike It is like, oh, we're camping. We are hiking. Like, that is a expedition. You know what I mean? To me,
Yep.
You might as well be scaling Everest with what you guys do with that. And, but I sat down and I played the game and I thought it was really fun and I thought it was really good, even though it was a theme that would not have drawn me in. You know what I mean? Like, if I didn't know you or if I hadn't met Ron, I may have never played Hike It. Right. Or if I didn't have the show, I may have never played Hike It unless Mike's like, oh, I got this game. I love hiking. And then, we should just play it. Cause I'll play anything. And I would totally have played it, but would I have pulled it off the shelf myself? No, but that's a testament sometimes to when you get a game that's actually like, no, this is actually really good. Well designed and fun. Jim had an easier time because I like zombies and I was drawn to the art like style already.
Yep.
And it's not like, that's not your fault. That's not a flaw of the game, at all. Like, Cascadia fell flat for me as a game. And then on top of it, like, it's just a theme I don't care about. Like, Hike It was a game that it's like, oh, this looks okay. And then like I played it and then like and I also really like the art design of your game, like in the way everything like feels and kind of creates that atmosphere. Like, it really, like, because I think that artwork, because this applies to both of you guys, artwork really can enhance a theme if theme matters in your game, and the art design can really enhance a theme. And so that's sort of like almost like extra credit. Like, oh, hey, I don't even like this kind of game or this theme, and it's like, but I'm in. Like, I had a great time. I'm going to tell everybody I think this is a great game. And then and then it's kind of that double-edged sword where it's like, oh, I love zombie games. I love that art. Like, I can't wait to play this. Well, if that game doesn't like hum like I feel like it should, it's like, oh, it was kind of a downer, like I was really hyped for this game. And it, it's not bad, but I didn't love it. Like, that's not the case with Jim's game. Jim, I promise.
No,
I had a great time because I got to stab Bob in the face while we were playing it. But you know what I mean?
Right?
Like,
the soldering iron.
Well, we don't talk about that, but we can. But that's so I think that can work like for and against you, I sit down to play this game. Right. I'm pumped. I'm hyped for it. It's kind of like Mike with the Saw game.
The
Mike
bar
was really
high. Yeah.
Mike was really excited for a Saw game. We play it and it wasn't what he wanted it to be. And it's probably even a little more disappointing than it would have been if it was just a rando game that came in and was like, oh, okay, yeah, this was okay. Whatever. But that's my 2 cents. I'm sorry. I was going on a tangent.
Speaking of tangents, I got to ask real quick, and it might cause a tangent, but Bob, is that like a fur cloak behind you?
It's not a cloak. It's just like a throw. I guess would be the word.
A
for it.
throw that ties off around the neck and has a hood.
Hey, winter is coming. Okay.
Clearly.
It's damn near here.
That's part of my whole aesthetic. Like I look like my table looks like something you'd see in a tavern, right? So I got these big tall back chairs and a big like wooden table. So I think it looks cool.
Nice.
Sounds legit, man. No, hey.
And let me just say, one of my favorite gaming experiences this year is that TJ loves Taverns of Tiefenthal, because that is a game that I love and tell everybody about. And so I was really glad to hear you liked it, man. I'm really.
Question about that. How do you feel about those wooden dice, though?
Wooden dice don't bother me. What bothered me is that, you know how they give you 4 white dice for each of the players? One of my dice is screwed up to where on the 4 side it's like double pipped. And one of the other dice is chipped. So that's my only problem with it. And if that has something to do with being wooden, that the manufacturing is much harder. But I don't mind rolling wooden dice. To be honest with you, Hike is going to have wooden dice too, so I can't really say much.
Yeah, Bob.
Poor Bob.
I'm not a fan of it. They're too light. They don't feel right.
Right.
Okay.
I like it.
F to it.
It's heavier. It's like the wingspan style size, like a 25 millimeter type of die.
Okay.
Yeah, I like.
I replaced all my dice in a lot of the games with the wooden ones just because because if you pick them up, they feel so light, like driftwood, and you're rolling them. It's not like I feel like I'm rolling anything. I want to hear them clank around and then hear them hit the table.
I've heard you mention that before. I've never thought about that. Like it's never, I guess, bugged me. And there's a lot of weird little things that bug me in games. Yeah, and I'll be the first to point them out. Because I'm a anal retentive son of a bitch sometimes. But yeah, the wooden dice just don't bug me. I like everything wooden. Honestly, I think what bugs me more is when I get plastic pieces and plastic miniatures and 3D prints. I prefer everything wooden tokens, wooden tiles, wooden everything. Give me all wood die. I don't care. Make the board out of wood if you can find a way to fold it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Nice.
Puzzle it all together, kind of. That'd be kind of neat.
Yeah.
Square rule books too.
What?
Yep.
Okay. They take up so much space. They're huge, right? Table space.
Bob likes book shaped.
Yeah, 8.5
Bob
by
likes
11
book
or smaller. Yeah.
Okay.
Big square rule book. You open it up, and that square footage, it just takes up so much space. A lot of times, I'm the one teaching, so I like to have it there for reference.
There's this rule book where it's like.
Right? Like I love Wonderland's War. That book is ridiculous. Okay, it's huge. It doesn't need to be that big.
Every one of Bob's rule books is like a penthouse spread. He's got a
centerfold in it.
That's funny because one of the conversations around the Hike It rule book was to actually make it fold out like a map, and we instantly realized that was going to be an awful idea. So.
Well, then you get bonus points at the end of the game if you could fold it back to fit back in the box.
Exactly.
Mine would be crumpled and bent in weird places because I can't put a game back in the box anyways. Just ask Bob. So, well, all right, guys. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time. We've got some other people in the docket. We're gonna try to cycle through, but can't wait to have y'all back on again this year. And so start thinking of a topic. And TJ, we're gonna enjoy a bowl season as we go through. We will limit as long as the stars don't align and we're not playing the Vols. I'm pulling for orange this off season, postseason, whatever you want to call it, or burnt orange. Is that what you prefer?
What?
So, and then Jim, we're gonna have you on again. We're gonna pick something. I don't know, fun to talk about. There's never a dull moment with you, man. So it'll be good.
I'll be on to bust your balls. So
yeah, have at it.
Immense ball busting.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Right.
Great seeing
you. Thank you so much for the time, man. Thanks. Appreciate it.
We appreciate you guys.
Soon.
All right.
Here's the 1 year.
Yeah. Congrats.
Yeah.
1 year. Thank you so much.
Later.
See you.
All right, Mike.
Man. So yeah, we transitioned from one of our guests who was from Ohio to our other 2 guests who are from Ohio, and I think this is the first time we've ever seen them on different cameras. It is the board
Oh.
game mechanics.
Oh, the mechanics!
Yay! Now,
Woohoo!
you want to talk about like how we were talking about stealing like the YouTube or the live show format from Googs and stuff. Mr. Jason Smith down there is I bounced a lot of ideas off of Jason when trying to come up with like what we were going to do with Board Game Rundown. And he is always very generous with his time and is very cool, even if we just disagree on something sometimes. Actually, it's more Katie. It's more Katie. Katie, you have the most
Katie,
amazing timing. Katie, you have the most amazing time in the whole world. Every other week, I have a list that is not very snarky. It might be a little hipster where I go with like some kind of deep cut game. But then the week we're doing food games, and I just pick the craziest, most bizarre stuff. And who just starts popping up? And I'm like, oh, I am screwed the rest of the night because we are way too early in this list. We are way too early in this list for Katie to start having problems with these games because none of them are getting better. None of them are getting better. But Jason and Katie, thank you so much for being here. I genuinely just love you guys. You're so much fun. And they have an amazing podcast and YouTube channel that you should be following and paying attention to.
They're pretty okay.
They are pretty okay.
We are pretty okay.
Oh, Bob's
That's
got
true.
Winston now.
I know. I was so excited to see Winston. Forget the rest of
Winston's
you.
classing this
He
stream
kept
up.
gurfing at me and like wants me to get on the floor and play with him, but it's like I can't right now, buddy. The best I can do is pick you up.
He's the worst, isn't he, Winston? You need to come to my house.
He's such a good boy.
You were the best boy, Winston.
He is.
He's long suffering to put up with Bob. And Bob, you're not working. Yes, exactly. Cannibalism 101. If we need to go back to that food list.
It's problematic. It is.
Wait to hear my food games today.
Right? I came prepared. It's cloak again. Yeah, I did. I thought you grabbed an extra cloak to bring with you. I'm like, oh no, it's Winston.
It's Winston.
So we've been revisiting the topics that you guys picked the first time you were on, and we had you guys on separate episodes.
Yes.
Katie, do you remember the topic you picked?
I think mine was deduction, if I remember correctly.
Ooh,
you are correct.
Because we did like two separate lists, like a social deduction and then like straight for a deduction.
We totally did that. Jason, do you remember what topic you picked? I think I told you.
Yeah, I thought it was games that we wonder why people have in their collection or something.
It was games
wasn't it?
The worst games we own.
Right.
Oh.
And then we ripped apart the worst. We gave each other our BGG collection lists and ripped each other's worst games.
Yeah, I do remember that.
That was really fun.
Jason also loves a good
games.
troll.
That's true. I do love a troll.
Tim's food games.
It's food games. Oh my gosh.
The food games that list was amazing.
That was
fun. Katie showed up and I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. She's not going to like any of these.
I mean, it's not like I didn't like the games themselves. I just thought, wow, he doesn't understand what his own list topic is. Confused on the English words that were used to develop that list is the problem.
Well, you know.
How do you define food? Something you can, you know.
I gotta mention here, there was a short time where there was a couch mic where I hung out over there instead of here. And now everybody is all about Couch Jason. So
I gave Katie the good room, and I'm sitting on the comfy couch. She has the good room. I have the good seat. That's how.
But I'm on like a wooden chair. But he's got the comfy couch. I wanted to sit with like the Christmas tree behind me, but I couldn't figure out a great way to do that. And we couldn't figure out, because we're like boomers, how to both be in the same place and hear and speak and not.
Yeah, it was complicated.
You take one of your AirPods out and put it in his ear, and you guys just sit close together. And it's very cute and lovey-dovey and everything too.
That's what I said. That's not really us.
Now you sound like my wife.
This is
Like,
how
yeah,
we record.
Do I have
yeah,
to?
we could.
Right.
Yeah.
We could.
Real close.
Most of the time we're in this little same block next to each other.
That's true.
We're
That's
switching
true.
it up today just for you guys.
Well,
I
because
mean, this
y'all
is
are
how we
doing,
record the podcast too. So
but you guys are doing your like not in your top 100, but you do that live, but you do that sitting next to each other, but you don't have to hear, I guess. So it's
right,
Correct,
that is the difference.
correct.
Yeah.
yeah,
The 100 outside the 100.
the 100.
Insane.
That's a very good
We're
way to
like,
say it.
we're only going to
I was
cover
not gonna ruin
100,
it.
and you guys are like, we're going to cover 200.
Wait, we're
Well,
covering
some of us-
100, Mike? I thought we were doing top 50.
Some of us try and some of us do. It's all right, Mike.
Hey,
Some of us have played more than 50 games, so that kind of helps also.
hey, I asked Tim if he wanted to do a top 100 in studio. General manager Tim limited it to 50. The other 50 is going to be on Whiskey Wednesday. So.
Well, we're having a hard time
Yeah,
getting 50
see?
in with our schedule right now, Mike. You want to do 100? Really?
Well, I know that's the other thing. We have to get 4 of us in the same place. So
Yeah,
That's
tough.
true.
It does.
It's almost like
help.
it's like trying to schedule a D&D session. It's
Oh,
virtually
my
gosh.
impossible.
Right.
You know,
And then we have to
because
have
with
our
the
editor,
top
like-
50, we've got to have the same 4 people. Where normally, like every week, it's kind of like, well, we're gonna do this game.
Who's
So
available?
whoever shows up
Yeah.
is gonna do this
Yeah.
game. You know, blah blah blah. We're doing a top 10. It's whatever. Whoever shows up, that's your list. Be ready.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Can bring
top
any list
50.
because you're not going to set the topic anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
thanks,
Well, the
Alan.
nice thing with the
Thanks
top
for joining in.
50 is I can just put anything on there and it's fine.
That's true.
Everybody will just
So-
go, you're wrong for different reasons than you were saying I was wrong.
We have some other guests in the queue, so I'm gonna try to look at their grayed out screens and figure out who's ready, or if I go
Oh,
based
okay.
on who joined in first.
Ooh,
I think I have to go based
Well-
on who joined in
the
first.
serious queue.
Yeah, the serious queue. So
Q
we're
is
gonna
as
welcome
arbitrary as Tim's lists.
former Indiana
Anybody.
native is what we'll do. So now he knows who he is. Also,
Oh.
indie designer Mr. Dennis Perlstein. How we doing?
What's up, Dennis?
Hello. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
We're doing
Welcome.
good. We have had confusing alliteration because we've often referred to Whiskey Wednesday as WW.
Yeah.
And Dennis refers to that as Worn Wanderers, his game.
Oh.
Yeah, the acronyms are unclear.
Thanks
I
for
I work for
joining
the
us,
government.
Dennis.
I like acronyms.
Yeah, you can only
Yeah.
type World Wanderers so many times when you're making the game, right? Eventually, it's like, all right, internally, this is just WW from now on. Especially because my phone still to this day likes to correct it to Worm Wanderers, which
Oh,
you know you think it would learn at some
Different
point.
game. Yeah, it's a different game.
Very
Totally
different.
different.
I like Earthworm Jim, the board
Yeah, it's
game.
like a
that's what
fishing
I
game.
thought.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can we'll circle back to that one. That'll be number 2.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good. So what's
So-
funny, Dennis, the topic, I was just going to say, Tim, the topic that Dennis picked is the recurring topic I've been using for the night. Dennis, do you remember what your
Ooh.
topic was when you came on?
Yeah, top 5 gaming experiences.
And so we've been asking
that was a good
everybody
one.
tonight what their favorite experience in board gaming was of this year. So great topic. I've been using it, or your favorite new to you game from this year. So I'll leave it up to either of you guys for whoever wants to start on one of those.
All right, I got one.
Yeah, let's go, Jason.
So my favorite gaming experience, we were at Tim's sister's house, and I was really excited to play this Stefan Feld game called Marrakesh. And I show up,
Mike.
and Mike already has it started. He didn't wait for me to play it.
No.
Yeah, he kind of dropped the ball there, but I heard the game was great, and it would have been a fun experience had I got to play the game.
I
Well,
thought I
how
was going to
good
be
are
the
you with
only one
colors?
eating.
He's not great.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't have liked it as much. 'Cause I spent a lot of time. Wait, what color is that? What color is that?
That's true.
Yeah,
But he didn't even have the chance to try and figure out the colors. That's
that's true.
the issue.
Yeah.
Hey, and in my
That's true.
defense, I waited. My whole thing was I'm gonna wait to see if Jason gets here. If he gets in, he has the seat. Otherwise, I'm gonna hold off. And so
I'm not blaming you, Bob. You're not the one who said you wanted to play it with me.
So,
yeah, it's
Jason
Mike's
knows
fault.
I feel
Do this,
terrible
man.
about this, and that's the only reason he keeps talking about it.
Is
But
this
it's
I
still
love this.
is
it's
this
still
the
gonna
lead up to
happen.
the good gaming experience?
Well,
I was
it
like,
did
I
take
can't
my
believe
seat
I had
and
the-
my powers work. I wanted to play that, so hey.
Oh.
That's true. That was a good game. But seriously, my real one would be playing Return of Dark Tower. It was surprisingly good. It was entertaining.
Nice.
I liked it way more than I should have. Trying to find a copy now. Kind of sucked
Now,
into it.
did you play it? Did you play it with your wife?
Yes. And Mike
Was
Picorni.
Katie just like a total ass kicker like the whole time in it, like she was when we played?
No, she killed me, actually. She went in guns a-blazing and killed me.
What?
Because when we played, Katie's like, "Oh, so I think I'm gonna go and do this." We're like, "Okay." Well,
No, it was because Patrick, your brother-in-law, intimidates me just a little bit, and he gave me a directive. So
he does that.
Your character is equipped to go through the dungeon, so you do that. And I said, "All right, I'll do that." So I did my job.
He's direct. Yeah, you did your job like really well, really well. I think wasn't it Spencer was like kept waiting and trying to kill, like he wanted to kill something, and we're like, but we could win
Win
right now. And
Yeah.
not waste any time. Yeah, Katie was just like, hold my beer. I'm going in this dungeon. Okay, that's clear. And we're like, how did you do that? It was crazy.
It was fun,
It was good. It was really good.
but that wasn't this year. That was last year. I
Yeah,
think.
that was Origins,
Last
Origins a year ago. So if that was your best gaming experience, Jason, what's like your favorite new to you game this year?
Tales of Arabian Nights, hands down.
What?
I know.
I'm just as surprised as you. I don't get it. That game is so freaking good. I don't understand it. I can't stop
I
playing
thought
it.
you were
It's so fun.
lying.
Yeah,
No, I'm
you were
legit.
lying.
No,
Okay.
that's not a troll. That's
I
legit.
wrote a-
That's legit.
I wrote a very funny note about it in my journal, and we had a very good laugh. I can't. I thought,
No, I really do like it. No.
Have you tried Agents of Smersh?
I have not. I have not.
Okay, I heard. I mean, it's very similar, right? It's got a very like the system is the same, but it's more co-op-y instead of being like every person for themselves kind of a thing.
Well, that's
the
adding
Cold
a whole
War
other
thing.
element he doesn't like.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know,
Let's not get
but
too carried away.
The whole
Yeah,
Matrix thing.
quit pressing
Hey,
your
he
luck.
talked about Return to Dark Tower. That's co-op-y too, okay?
That's true.
Except
That's
his
true.
wife killed him.
Well,
Semi co-op. That's how we played it.
It's
Pros and
his fault
cons.
for being having too much corruption. Okay, like I just
Every game is
Shun them all,
semi-co-op if you want it to be.
That's right.
that's right. If you're competitive enough, certainly.
Okay, so Katie, I'm dying to hear game experience and then your favorite game so far this year. New to you game. Doesn't have to be brand new this year, but new to you.
Probably I just love gaming with other people. So almost every gaming experience is really great.
What a lame answer.
I'm not finished. You're not that far away from me. I can walk out this door and slap you and come back in.
That would be great.
On camera now.
We
Stop
actually
hitting me.
Oh, she slapped his internet out of existence.
What just happened?
I don't know.
We
what
lost
just
him.
happened. I moved up. I'm in the top
There you
row.
go. Moving up in the
Um,
world. All right, you're the new
right.
co-host. Congratulations.
Cool.
Phone
Awesome.
died.
That's how it works, probably.
It is.
We actually played one time. We played Tales of Arabian Nights, and my character was insane and lost and wounded and crippled. I think I had 6 different conditions, but I somehow managed to make it back to Baghdad after Jason had already initiated like the final round, and then I ended up winning, even though I was.
You kill me, then you beat me
I
in
got
my new favorite game.
imprisoned.
Good job.
I got imprisoned, and I was insane, and I was crippled, and I was wounded, but I won. That was pretty fun. Or we played 13 Clues this year. That was new.
Yeah.
And
That's
I
the one
love
with, like the cards on the outside of
yes,
the
cards on the
yeah.
outside and then a couple on the inside. And I
Yeah.
love deduction and I
Yeah.
love Sherlock Holmes. So we're playing this and I can see like a red, like there's colors and actual items and
Right.
people. So I can see a few. There's like a red one behind my screen and some like a place. And then I can see some others. And Jason's like, I have the answer. We just got started. He's like, I have all reds. I could see two myself that were not on his board. And I thought, he was so certain too. He's like, all reds. And I
Not my
wasn't-
best moment.
I didn't immediately laugh in his face, but it was shortly after.
Every time we play a deduction game now, someone always say, "Hey, I think it's all red," because they're jerks.
You were so confident in that all reds answer, and you were so wrong. This year at Origins, we picked up Distilled, and I think that is one of my favorite new to me games, and it's also my food game list, I think.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, right.
we talked about as a partner with the food game
Distilled.
doing a beverage game.
Now that would actually work for that list, so you might want to write that down so I don't have
Right.
to come back on
Yes.
and be like, no,
That's true. All of Tim's games are going to be about
You're
drinking
gonna drink
blood.
this
Drinking
blood.
blood.
Yeah.
It's gonna be vampire games. It's
Oh,
all
Have you
vampire
played The
games.
Hunger yet? The Hunger's great, right?
that's it.
Oh, Twilight the board game on Tim's list.
Oh,
That's number 2. My gosh. Yeah, Distilled, I really like that game. It's got so much replayability and such great components. And I really like the designer. He's so nice. Dave's really nice.
Dave Beck's super cool. Yeah.
So great. They're so great there at that booth, and got to talk with them and been anticipating that game and their other games. So yeah, I really like that game a lot. It's a good one this year.
Yeah, I forget what's the next game that he's got coming out. It's
Luthier,
it's
something like that.
Luthier.
Yeah, it's like music stuff. Yeah, looks cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like something that I was gonna mispronounce. Is what it was.
I was trying to get him to because there's this really great book series about a guy who's plays the lute all the time. So I asked him if he was going to do a crossover. He's like, "Oh, that's a good idea." So hopefully he'll talk to Patrick.
Nobody
Rothman.
wants to read In the Name of the Wind or whatever that book series is that you.
It's so good.
Whoa!
So good.
What?
Good. Have you
Oh,
read
the
it?
fact
Dennis?
that you don't read explains your list problems now, Tim.
Yeah,
Okay.
explain to me the rules. Cool.
Hold on.
I'm seeing it.
I have like 3 books going at any given time, just depending on where they're
Well,
located.
that
Just the same
explains a lot,
3?
too. Just
Like,
read
Yeah,
it.
it's the
not
same
good
3.
one.
I'm trying to do
And I'm
three.
not done coloring them yet, so it's even
At least
better.
Tim would wait on. At least Tim would wait on you to play a game. I mean, there is that.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, so Dennis, you've been sitting over there very nicely while there's all this.
It's all good. I'm playing with fire.
Ooh.
So I'm paying attention. I'm here. I'm panic prepping for PAX Unplugged. So don't mind my arts and crafts project.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So best gaming experience. I guess like gaming adjacent. In March, I got to check something off my bucket list, which was super cool. I mean, we had just launched a Kickstarter for War Wanderers, which was super cool. That in itself was incredibly exciting. But we were at PAX East for that, and like around the corner from us was this company, previously Pluto, who had published a game called The Big Shuffle. And Claromancy actually, like, that was kind of our first project. We consulted for them on that game. And so we actually, like, we got a logo on the box and, name in the like developer credits and everything. And while we were at the show, a guy comes around with the box and is like, "Hey, I was wondering if you could sign this for me since you guys helped make it." And I was like, "Oh, this is like, I'm shaking right now. This is so cool." Like, it was, a life goal achieved of having somebody sign a game. It's like,
Suspense.
Ooh, it's not me buffering. Anticipation.
yeah, they're all gone.
There you go.
The servers.
You're back.
You're back.
Crisis Averted. Yeah, so that was really incredible. I don't know, like that was a ton of fun for me. Just like life goal unlocked.
Yeah, that's very cool. That is very cool. I wish I had my name on a game so somebody would be like, oh, hey. But that would be my wife's worst nightmare is the second that I get recognized for anything board game related.
Anything else? Yeah.
She's just going to be like, okay, I'm done. It's like
So-
the SpongeBob like burying
now.
himself meme.
Yeah.
That's going to be my wife. The second that either she talks to somebody and they're like, is your husband on a YouTube show? She'd just be like, I'm done. Just go lay in traffic.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So rather than be a name in the credits, instead you just put your face over everything all the time, right? And
Yeah, exactly.
that won't get you recognized.
We'll work on that.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think in a way that was one of my favorite gaming experiences.
That's awesome.
I would say the other thing too is my girlfriend and I hosted a Halloween party a month ago, and it was the first time we'd really hosted as adults, and it basically just was a big board game night, the nerdiest type of party. But we had a lot of people who showed up who were not really board gamey, and were like, oh, I don't know that I can do this. I can't, and I just went to the board game collection and pulled out this, these three won't be overwhelming, and sat down and ended up teaching them Skull, which is incredibly simple.
Yeah.
Or we played Wavelength, which was a lot of fun. It was just really cool to have a bunch of people over who, were like, oh, I'm not a gamer. I'm any game you pull out is going to be overwhelming for me, and, get to prove them wrong.
And you're like, yeah.
It's been a while since I've not played with a lot of hardcore gamers, and so getting people, shepherded into the hobby is also very rewarding.
Oh yeah.
It's very cool.
Absolutely.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's your favorite game you've played this year? Doesn't have to be brand new, maybe just new to you.
Yeah. So I don't know. In a way, I've been really into Lorcana just because it's a big hype train and it's been a lot of fun, and I'm a big card game guy. I've always been a big Magic history nerd. So to read about the things that happened in 1993, with crazy misprints or oh, they gave the show away or they gave this card away at a convention and it ended up being incredibly valuable or what, all these cool little tidbits about how the game, started and happened and all of that. It's always been enchanting to me, right? I love reading about it. And I really felt with Lorcana, it was kind of getting to see some of that on the ground floor. Cause, you talk about the big three with card games, right? Which is Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, right? And those are always going to be around for forever, right? And a lot of the other card games just compete for the scraps. And I think after 20 years, realistically, there's someone else who can stand in that ring, right? Because Disney just has an insane amount of money to throw at the problem if they want to be in the TCG space. So yeah, it was cool to be I think this is going to be around in 20 years. It's really hyped right now, and it's cool to see some of the some of these moments that I've read about in Magic's history, kind of in person for Lorcana. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, happened right before your eyes. I mean, Gen Con was insane.
Crazy.
I've been telling people I've been going to Gen Con for 14 years, and I have never ever seen a release on that scale. It was truly unique. I get a little jaded, because I bring a lot of new people to Gen Con, and they're all starry eyed, and this is amazing. I'm I've done this a lot. This is all very run of the mill, but it blew me away. It was crazy. Plus I've been playing weekly and building a community, and games like that in their early stages are all very you make good friends because it's just a couple of you trying to show up consistently and get it started. So
explore the game, figure it out.
Yeah. It's I mean, a lot of my friends are it's a Magic knockoff, and it's it's a little reductive, but sure. It's similar, right? And a lot of people complain that it might be oversimplified, but I love that it's really accessible, right? It's bringing a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
I talked about the Halloween thing, right? Getting people who wouldn't normally be into gaming,
hey.
right? And like one of my business partners at Claromancy, right, Brody Kelly. He has a daughter who's just a few years old, right, and she's very excited about Lorcana, right, card gaming in a way that like he and I, we love to play card games, right, as old men, but it's now something that he can like really get his daughter excited about, right, and engage in that like love that he has for card games with his daughter, which is really sweet. So
yeah, that's great.
Well, and if you look at Magic, like in the first couple of like sets that came out, they were pretty basic too, right? So Lorcana is just still building, building out the basic types of like abilities and things like that, and hopefully with the newer sets they'll introduce maybe like some instant type of things that you actually do something on somebody else's turn or things like that. But I was curious, what colors are you playing most usually?
So I had the rare privilege of being at Gen Con. And so I actually got a couple of boxes, whereas,
nice.
Most other people, I showed up at my LGS with like meta decks and people are like, I cobbled together the one starter deck I could get in 3 packs that I paid $50 for.
Tweaked it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have dabbled in all of them. I constantly find myself drawn to steel, which was really surprising. The direct damage is just fun. I've always when I play Magic, I've always been kind of like a burn player. I like just like lightning bolt to the face, right? And the fact that steel is just like I don't like that thing, I'm gonna shoot with a plasma gun, right? Or Tinkerbell comes down and just blows up all your stuff. So it's been a lot of fun exploring that, building that community. I got a shout out too. I was at Friendsgiving a couple weeks ago, and a friend of mine brought a game called Anomia that I had never heard of. It was not on my radar, and it was funny because she is not much of a gamer, right? And she brought a game to a gathering of a bunch of hardcore gamers, and we had a blast. It's just like word association. Like you flip over a card, if your symbol matches somebody else's symbol, you have to come up with a word faster than theirs. But it spawned a ton of inside jokes, right? We have our own. I have all reds in that group over the last couple of weeks, right? Specifically, like banana bean. Someone had to name a type of bean as soon as they could, and they just shouted out banana, and banana bean is not a thing, but now every now and then somebody will just text banana beans in the group.
Yeah, so. I love it. I love that kind of stuff. That stuff's the best.
It really made me, it was so much fun. And at some point I looked at it and I was like, are we overthinking things with Worn Wanderers? Because it's been very complicated trying to get this off the ground. And all I needed to do was write a word on a card and put a little, symbol. And it was tons of fun. It was incredible, right?
Sometimes banana beans. Who knew?
It's incredibly simple. And we had a ton of fun with it. So I'm looking to pick that one up. In the next couple of weeks here.
I kind of want a shirt that just says, I have all the reds right now. I really do. Now, some weird hippie dudes might walk up to you, depending on where you're wearing it. Like if you're at a Grateful Dead
call
show,
me red, man.
Or like a Fish show, be like, oh, you got all the reds.
It's a horse tranquilizer. I'm immune, man.
Jason's not going to those concerts.
No, he's busy drinking Faygo.
I know, right? With Bob at the Juggalos at the gathering.
Nice.
It's a dark path. It's a dark and lonely path.
It is. It is.
You're right.
That's like Juggalo family, man. Whoop, whoop.
God. Oh my God. Okay. Well, we gotta bring in Evan. So we're gonna cycle through. But Jason and Katie, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you guys. We need to have you on again for your own lists again. That would be super fun. Sure. And
I pick something super ambiguous so I can make fun of you for it.
I know. Actually, or something very direct like food.
Right, like
and
food.
Then I just
and
ruin
you thought,
the list.
Sure, actual food. But no, let's pick people.
People are food.
It works.
I mean,
Soylent Green is people.
I would give you one, but I mean
the whole list.
2 whole lists.
I really wanted to avoid crossover.
You did. Good job.
With everyone in the universe.
Nailed it.
The only thing you nailed that night.
Yeah, no doubt. But everybody needs to check out Board Game Mechanics. They're running through their top 100.
100.
Oh my God, that's so many. Their list, it's really good. You guys should listen to them. They're very fun. They just had a very long episode. Well, long by their standards.
Yeah.
Episode.
I was gonna say you're one to
Yeah, like-
talk.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right?
7 hours, 7-hour live
Hour-
stream last week.
Hour 25 is like an eternity for us.
That's a
Yeah.
long time for us.
Well, that's just what Jason edited it down to. So it was probably an hour 28. And then
Yeah.
Jason's like, I got to trim this down. It's too long.
Yeah. It's like, oh, Katie said something stupid there.
And then Katie's
No, I
like,
leave all your
that
stupid
in.
stuff in.
No, Jason always leaves that in. You're like, you better cut that out. Jason's like, I'm
He
leaving it
never
in.
does.
No,
I know
Right.
people think I'm a psycho. It's fine.
no, they don't. No, they
I-
don't.
I don't even. That's why I don't go back and listen. I'm like, I don't want to know what I actually said. That's
Right.
Sound like
Right?
Don't want to know.
There is a link. There is a link. Mike posted a link in the chat.
Aw,
So do
thanks.
yourselves a service and check them
check
out.
them out. They're pretty.
And then
okay.
Dennis, have fun at PAX, dude. Have a good time.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Lucky, yeah. Wish I was.
I
there.
really like PAX Unplugged. It's fun.
And then
Just several hours worth of work to do before I go to sleep for
Well,
this show.
we will let you get to that, man. But let us know how it goes. We're gonna have you back on the show sometime soon.
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Just to have you on and not feel like you have to come on just because you're promoting a Kickstarter. Like, let's just get
Right,
on and
just
hang out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will say the last one didn't feel too promotional. That was just hours of I don't know, man, sharing gaming experiences, right?
Yeah.
That's what I love, right? Is that connection and those memories that you make with people over the game. So
It's fantastic.
Absolutely.
yeah, I will be happy to join you guys again and chat some more about that and similar topics.
We are a show of tangents, that is for sure. Unlike board game mechanics, Jason does a good job of keeping them on track.
On task. Yeah.
It's true. He's got the outline and we follow it. And
He does.
if I veer off, he's like,
Yeah.
and
Tim's out
next segment.
like all over the place.
I am. I love it. I can't help it. But I behave when I need to be in parameters. I do it. But
I know. I think when I came on the show, we talked about deduction. We're like, oh, let's also talk about social deduction. And then we talked about movies and music
listen,
and sports. And
here's the thing: is I talk to my friends on this show, and I just want to talk to my friends about stuff I talk to my friends about.
I just come on here to make fun of you. It's pretty much my goal.
Seriously, that made my night. That made my night. I was so excited. I was so excited. I was messaging Jason about it the next day. I was like, "Oh, we were getting crushed," and that's just,
He knows what it's like.
Yep, I know what it's like. I live with it.
but,
All right, I got to put a kid to bed, so I'm heading out.
no, do your thing. Do your thing. We'll let you guys
Thanks
go.
so much,
Thank you so much
guys.
for being on. Y'all are the best.
Good to see y'all.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, good to see you too, Bob. You're not at work.
I know, right? You don't have to hear that in the background. So yeah.
Right.
Give Winston a pat for me.
I suppose. Yeah. Okay, I
Do
will.
that.
Jeez.
Okay.
I will. All right.
Okay, but bye, Mike. I feel like I didn't talk to you very much.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's fine.
You guys are awesome.
It's
Thank
fine.
you for popping in.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thanks again, guys.
Yeah, good to see you,
guys.
man. We'll see you
Good to see you,
soon.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
talk to you later.
Thanks.
Yep.
See you, man.
Woo,
Oh
this is fun.
man.
Oh, it's just us
All right,
for a few
so-
minutes. We
I
had
wish I had more
Evan, but we
Wednesdays
ran
off. I
we
really
ran
wish
out
I
of
had more
time for
Wednesdays.
Evan. Evan had to go.
Oh.
So
Sad
we
man. Bandit. Bye, Evan.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
But-
Well, that's all right.
We
We've
Now
we
it's
love
us. This is boring.
I know, right? We always talk to each other. Actually, we've got somebody coming on close to 10 anyway, so it'll
Oh,
just
okay.
get
Is it?
yeah,
Oh,
we
10
do.
oh-
This will
10
be fixed very shortly.
There we go.
so we were
I
I
kind
am
of
here.
running.
Go
I'm
west.
trying to-
Was that west? Like actual west?
That's
No.
west. That's not west.
No.
It's
yes.
I don't know. It's got a flamingo in the little
Hold on,
icon. You know,
well, also that.
all
But
sides point
I'm
to.
also. He said to email him the link, but that's okay. We're working on it.
We're
got-
gonna.
Yeah, it
we
is
got more
We're
west.
doing it
coming.
live. We're doing it
Dang
live.
it! I feel bad that we lost him. I lost Evan.
I was trying.
Evan
I was trying.
Also, yeah, I know. It's. I thought.
He's got to go sing in a rock band somewhere, probably.
yeah, seriously. That dude.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just talk about Evan for a minute
We
since
talk
Evan
about it for a
couldn't be
minute.
here.
Evan's awesome.
Right.
Oh my
so
God.
First of all, before you go into it, after the Empire designer, just for board game
Yeah,
context.
and
But
like
yes,
for the record,
all the
I loved
other
this game
stuff.
before I ever met Evan. So like I used to sing the praises of this game when it first came out. I kickstarted it, with my own money, and I love the game. It's fantastic.
It's kind of funny because
Portland Gamecraft, who's been commenting while he was in our queue.
It's kind of funny because Evan and Ryan, the co-designer of After the Empire, they found us, and we were just like, "Oh, jeepers! Like we love your game." And then, and then Evan, we got to meet Evan at Origins, and we just because he's just that kind of guy. Like we just all became fast friends, and it's just one of the most exciting things about getting to do what we do is just meeting these people, and they're all freaking amazing.
Yep.
And
I'm sure if I lived in Washington, I'd be playing games with Evan like whenever I could.
Yeah.
Because he's fun.
Yeah, if we lived in Portland.
I know. Here's a fun transition.
Keep Portland weird, y'all.
Portland, of course, is out west. And so I just Portland is out west.
West.
It is. And I bought this whiskey a couple weeks ago called High West from Utah. So I think that's the perfect segue to say, hi, West!
Hi, West!
Hey, West!
Hey, guys.
Famously Mormon as well, while we're talking about Utah. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
How many wives do you have, though?
That is quite the transition there. That was pretty good. Is that
was
the Smoky
walk.
High West?
Yeah.
I mean,
there's some kind of High West that's like a smoky High West, like a campfire High West. That one's pretty amazing. Donnie, how's it going, buddy?
Listen, okay,
we
so
killed Donnie in the ship, by the way. Unfortunately,
he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't make it in the mission control. It was very unfortunate.
So, do we need to just tell Donnie to be better at his own game?
I mean, there was that.
Okay.
We can give some tips and tricks how to play.
We did also massively handicap him and make him do like a version of the game that was even harder than it normally is.
Oh,
so,
sure.
I mean, to be fair, we did stretch his limits.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing: is I love Donnie. He's great.
He is awesome. Hey, did you know that he actually went to school with? No, he went to college with one of the guys from my high school, who was like one of the guys I looked up to. And I went to see Donnie and this guy from my high school perform in their a cappella group when he was at
what?
What?
Yeah.
Said a cappella.
Dude, I didn't know Donnie was in an a cappella group. I love
That's fantastic.
Wes,
if you haven't made him sing, then you haven't figured anything out here. You gotta do that.
Now Donnie's
light bulb emoji.
Now Donnie's got to be on the show. Here, I love Donnie. Donnie and I message all the time. Like we kind of got this side chat going all the time. I love it, and I really appreciate it because he's such a cool dude. Wes,
awesome.
Let me just say, let's just put West on a pedestal real quick. Because I know you will hate this, but we talk about Googs, we talk about some of these people, everybody that we've asked to come on the show. These are people that they are just the best people in the hobby, in the industry. Everybody should just know them, appreciate them, because they are just putting so much good out into the hobby, into the universe. And I just aspire to do 30% of the good that you guys do. And I feel like I could be a pretty good human being overall. Wes, I love you, man. You're a great dude.
You guys are awesome.
You didn't know us from Adam. And just from the jump, you gave us lots of your time and your insight and your just all of your knowledge and everything. And that will always mean everything to me, to us. And you're just a badass dude. I love you. I think you're fantastic. And thanks for being on the show tonight.
Hey, absolutely, man. And the same right back at you guys. I'm so excited, number one, that you're in my backyard, which makes it super cool
right?
for me. And at the same time, I mean, you guys are absolutely amazing. You do some high quality stuff, and you should be celebrated for that, frankly. So
well,
you guys
trying.
are pushing and kicking all the time. So that's the industry that you're in is not an easy one. I can tell you that from experience, and you guys go above and beyond and do some really, really great stuff. So you should be proud of yourselves as well.
We're fighting and scratching and clawing to
clawing.
Clawing.
Accidentally did that.
Yeah.
There we go. Very nice. Yep.
Yeah, we
So-
need to have you and Justin on like together for a show sometime.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
in
man,
here a
that'd be
little bit
amazing.
ago. I don't know if he still is. I was trying to tag his comment from earlier, but he was definitely in.
Yeah,
Um,
Googs, I'm
camp.
definitely in West's backyard when I'm not doing this. Yeah, a lot of what Bob was just.
You know, this guy lives like 10 minutes from Indiana, and we live 5 minutes from Michigan. So it just kind of happened that way. It's
Do the
pretty
math
awesome.
there.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually trained Mike's dad's dog, which was even more crazy. Like,
Well, and it's also
weird.
weird because West worked with my ex-wife.
yeah,
So it's
Yeah.
a small world.
Yeah, and
Very
so for
cool.
my, I'm hanging out with my parents for my dad's birthday last year. It's like, I know this guy who's into board games, and I just randomly messaged Wes. I'm like, wait, he's the admin of the Quackalope Facebook group. Wait, really? Okay,
Like,
he's
what?
way into board games. He's
Well-
not just a.
Not just a dabbler.
It's
Yeah.
funny. It's funny though, because I was talking to Jenny and she's like, "Oh, you should meet West. I work with him. He's amazing and he's super nice and he's into board games. You're into board games." And I'm like, "Yeah, but is he like into board games? Because like Bob and I are into board games.
I love Cards
It's-
Against Humanity.
Yeah, right. Turns out West is into board games.
Into board
Spoiler
games.
alert.
yeah.
So, since we do have somebody in the queue,
let's do
and
it.
we've all played
Pick 'em up.
his games. We're gonna go ahead and bring in our buddy John DeCamp. How
Yes.
you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, how's it going? West, what's up, man? Good to see you. Tim, Mike,
see you too,
Bob, how
buddy.
are you, boys?
Hey, John, you should meet West. He's a really good dude.
Oh, yeah?
And yeah, you should get to know this guy. He could probably
Yeah.
like help promote some of your stuff.
You should.
Oh, you
You
think
know?
so? You think maybe I might have gotten an email about 25 minutes ago from a retailer emailing me saying, "Hey, I met this guy named West. He says your game's really good. You think he says we should get some of your games in our shop? How can we facilitate that?" Thanks for the
Yeah.
hookup, West.
Always, man. Anytime.
Yeah, dude.
Telling you, West is the man. I know he hates having all this praise heaped upon him, but he deserves every second of it. So
No, yeah, me and Wes got to hang out when he was still doing stuff for Quackalope. He did some coverage
Yeah.
on Black Mold with you guys, and
oh yeah,
we-
yeah,
we
yeah.
did- We did a live playthrough with Wes on the Quackalope channel. Yeah, it's super fun gaming times, good hangout times, also off camera.
Yeah.
All good stuff.
No, West is a badass. And John, let me just again say this because I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me is when guys like you've got some games out there, you're in the hobby, you're in the industry, and you take chances on like the small channels like us, give us an opportunity to try to like promote your stuff, pump your stuff. I appreciate that. It's not easy for you guys, right? The indie guys, you've got to be very selective with your resources. You've got to be smart and hopefully strategic, so it's not always easy. You got to be judicious with what smaller channels you give opportunities to. So let me just say thank you. I appreciate that because you've now hit us up twice, and I love to keep that going. So
absolutely.
I do appreciate it, man. It means a lot to me personally, just as a human being. No,
it's all good, man. I reciprocate that. I send it back to you. It seems like it's a community that's getting bigger and bigger all the time.
Right.
But for the time being, it still feels kind of small. So it's good to try and take care of people. And I've been the small creator on all sides of things, and I still feel like I am. Just because we've had a couple games out there and we've been on a couple channels doesn't really mean anything in the main scheme of things, to be honest with y'all. As far as like our notoriety in the business, I hope we're making forward motion towards getting more notice and things like that. But just like y'all are in a position where you're passionate about the hobby and you're working towards something, and you're volunteering your time to get somewhere and be recognized, I feel like I'm kind of in the same boat. And we're all in it together. You know what I mean? We're all trying to get what we want out of this, and we all got to help each other get there.
No, that's beautiful, man. I love
Nailed it right there.
I love it. So, Mike, when these gentlemen were on, what were their previous topics or top fives that we discussed?
John's was most recent, so it should be really easy to remember. So let's go to West. I don't think I reminded him. West, do you remember what your topic was you picked?
Yeah, I believe we were talking about well, you guys had some weird version of the topic that I actually had, which was like I think it was something about great games that but you guys took like this weird spin on it that I
Wes,
didn't take.
What?
Oh, you're talking about our studio episode,
Yeah.
which was
Tim
what about
just
our
got-
Whiskey Wednesday episode?
Oh, our Whiskey Wednesday episode. Gosh, what did we talk about? I think wasn't it something about like top games that you shouldn't own but you do?
It was actually old games. It was games that were
Oh,
10
yes,
years or older.
10 years or older. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, you and all of your rare old finds that you have
We
in your
shouldn't talk
collection.
about those right now because my wife is upstairs. So,
Uh, let's talk about my most recent one real fast. I just picked up the
nice.
out of print Santiago. I
Ah,
found the simplicity of the auction and negotiating in this game fascinating, and I love those in games. So I just picked it up. Super stoked. Local find.
love it.
I had to grab because the list West was talking about.
Mhm.
I reached out to Seppi and
I can't
may have
believe you even had
gotten
an extra copy.
one of the last copies that was on his online store or AKA his storage unit.
Yeah, Seppi is
uh,
crazy. He keeps like everything in that storage unit, and he does like these deep dives of, I wonder what's in this box in the back of the thing, and he brings out some crazy stuff.
I love that man. I can't wait to have him on the show. He's going to come on and
He's
do
hysterical.
a live with us. He's freaking amazing. But anyways, I had to grab that because I was like, oh shit, I'm going to see West. I got to show him that because of
awesome.
him, I made a point to grab this game.
Dude,
So,
that game is so much fun. And who would have thought that standing in line at the end of the world would be an entertaining game? And it is. It's so
I
fun.
just love the dark theme to it. It's so I can't wait to play. I haven't played it yet. So, but I've got it.
So-
I haven't played it.
For those of you who haven't had a chance to play it, who are out in the audience, and unfortunately, I apologize, it's going to be really hard to find. However, I do believe he's doing a different version of it that it will be coming
right.
out at some point soon. So it is called the end of the line, and the idea is that you're at the end of the universe, like at the end of the world or whatever, and the apocalypse is upon us, and you're standing in line for supply. So there's like a line for goods, there's a line for water, and there's a line for ammunition and stuff like that, right? The thing is that there are these cards that you're flipping over, and the cards can say things like, hey, anyone who's male dies because there's a disease that goes through this line or whatever. Well, the funny thing is those of you who don't know Seppi, he is a gay man, and he is absolutely amazing. And there were people that were requesting him to make, because this is a nuclear family. You've got a husband, a wife,
right.
a boy, girl, and then a dog. And they were requesting, well, can't we have a non-nuclear family? So he's like, sure, why not? Well, it's harder to win when you have a non-nuclear family, because if that thing comes through and says all men in this line die, then congratulations, now you have died because you're all men or all women, and the same thing happened to them. It is absolutely hysterical. He's like, well, it is harder to live as a gay person in this world.
Well,
And I went,
ironically, conservatives should love that, right? Like,
right?
just saying.
I mean, it's so funny to me. It cracked me up. And that game, I've played it like 5 times now, and I have so much fun playing it. And every single time, it's like, why am I having fun playing a game at just standing in line? Like, it's such a stupid idea, but it makes so much sense, and it's really entertaining.
Seppi's sense of humor, like, he gets me. He really does. He gets me.
That name
Agreed.
rings a bell. Did they put out something recently that was hitting the content creator circuit?
Yeah, Conquest Princess.
Yes.
Conquest Princess. I have seen Seppi on TikTok a whole
Fashion
bunch.
is power.
Yes.
Yeah, Seppi's
Yeah,
awesome.
Okay. Cool,
He's
cool, cool.
incredible.
No, I know who you're talking. I wanted to put a face to the name because I've heard the name a bunch.
Yeah.
And I think I'm a big fan of games that do unique things, which is one of the reasons why I was so excited to have John, up at the studio when we played Black Mold, because who thinks of a game where you literally your turn lasts as long as you can hold your breath?
Oh my God,
What a
I know,
crazy
right?
So
idea!
unique. I love it.
It's just like what a crazy idea to make a board game where your turn can last as long as you want, as long as you can hold your breath that long. I mean, That's such a crazy concept, and it worked, and it was so much fun. It was so interesting and so unique, and I can't wait to get my copy of the game so that I
Right,
can play it.
And then you're taxing your brain with this lack of oxygen. It's like,
Right?
I love it.
And the art design too. Like, let me just say, because I talked earlier about like the experience of pulling a game off a shelf, like at a game store, and being like, would I look at this more or not? Like based on the box cover. And Black Mold is in our studio still, and I still always look at that box cover because I'm like trying to, pick out the shapes. It just draws me in, like the contrast art. I love it, the style. I know that Valka was a different artist, but again, like we could not like stop talking about the art design, in that game, like the whole time we're playing it. Like, even when I'm getting my face like absolutely bashed in, I'm still like, but it's so pretty. Like I just love.
So let me. I mean, thank you. First of all, thanks for all the kind words. So let me throw a question out to you guys. I mean, from a studio standpoint, for me, like I'm never gonna. First of all, we're never gonna license a game or like contract a game from a designer if that designer isn't also an illustrator, right? Because that's the kind of stuff we want to. We want to have stuff from the brains of creative people who also have a visual language that they can communicate along with the mechanical design of the game. And in the case of Valka, we worked with Brooke to develop the mechanical side of the game, and we came up with a couple cool characters and stuff. But most of all the world building and the character design and artwork came from Brooke. So when it comes to that, though, like Wes, you're talking about this game where the conceit of the game is that you have to wait in the line, which doesn't sound fun. And I think I wonder about like, people's amount of good faith that they bring into a game because they're excited about things that aren't just the nuts and bolts of the mechanical design. You know what I mean? If it has a theme that speaks to you, if the art package is scratching an itch for you and it gives you that sensation where you're like curious about it, you want to pull it off the shelf. Everybody talks about the shortcomings of what kind of games do what kind of things. And I think it's just this confluence of all the stuff happening all the time in just the right amounts so that you get something that feels like it's fun. And it doesn't mean the game is mechanically perfect and airtight. It doesn't, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the artwork has to completely compensate for any shortcoming of other things that happen in the game, right? You just have to try and do all this little tinkering and adding of ingredients until you get something that's kind of on target, and you cross your fingers and hope that you find an audience for it. I've just been trying to zero in on like the mentality of how you try to roadmap where you spend your energy creatively in a game. And there are people in the conversation will say, I don't care if it's the most beautiful game on planet Earth. If the mechanics are garbage, it's not worth anything. And I don't know if I agree with that, to be honest with you.
I mean, here's the thing is I have bought games, right? I've walked through the game. I walked through the game store, like in breaks during filming and stuff, because we film in the back of a game store when we're not doing our lives, right? And like I'll walk through the game store, I'll pull games off the shelf, I'll look at them, browse what's new coming out, blah blah blah, just that tactile feeling, right? It's kind of like the equivalent of going through a record store or something, like I collect board games, I enjoy board games, I cultivate a collection. There are games that I have blind bought that I've never played, but I blind bought them because I thought the box was cool, or the theme, in the theme, right? The story behind it. I can tell you honestly and legitimately, because I would say the same thing about Zombie Survival Infection, Jim Cole's game. Like if that was a game that when he started posting on like media groups and I was seeing the artwork, I'm like, I want to look at that game. Like, hey, send us that game. He didn't know us. We're friends now. But like, he didn't know us. He sent us the game. But I can tell you like Black Mold and Valka would be games that if I wouldn't have blind bought, I would have thought real damn hard about it just on the basis of the art and the style of game. And like, oh, this does some interesting stuff. This does some different things on top of just like, cause to me, like board game art is legitimate artwork. I'm a comic book guy, I think comic books, comic book covers, right? Like I've got several books that people have either bought me or I bought myself that are just like the art of comic book covers, right? They cover different spans of, eras and everything. And I feel the same way about comic book covers that I do with like board game box art, and and there's some games that I'll just hold on to because it's like, that game just looks so fucking cool. Like I just want to always have it. No, it's actually not fun. We're not going to play it. But like, it looks so good. But
It's on my shelf back there. I didn't really enjoy the gameplay because it didn't feel very hidden movement, but I love the art. It's on my shelf. I love how it looks. I love the, what they did with that.
And do you feel like, there's like, okay, so we might have talked about this last time, but I always think about Townsfolk Tussle, which is a game I more or less bought on the art package.
Oh, the rubber band art. Yeah, the Cuphead stuff. Yeah.
And like, I've had a couple playthroughs. It's not really floating my boat, but I'm not getting rid of it yet. I always want to give it one more game because, like, first of all, I mean, it was kind of an expensive game and I was happy to do it because it was a first time funder. But it's a really good looking game. It's got great components, and I feel like I need to give it more chances to try and endear itself to me because there are a lot of things I like about it. The play experience hasn't really done it for me yet after 3 games, but I don't want to sell it. I don't want to get rid of it yet because I feel like there's something there that I need to find still. Yeah.
I feel that way about Great Wall. I own Great Wall. That game looks amazing. I was very hyped for that game, and the couple of times I played it, it's just been a drag, and I'm so bummed, but I'm not like ready to let go of it yet. So I totally get it. And it has nothing to do with the money because honestly, that money was spent years ago. I don't even care. Like if I get rid of the game, I probably will just trade it or give it away to somebody. Because that's not what it's about. Like if somebody's very hyped for that game, I'd rather facilitate them getting their hands on a game they're very excited about. I freaking hate the scalping side of the hobby. It's a thing. But yeah, so like Townsfolk Tussle, I get it, right? You're hyped for it because it looks good, and you're like, oh, I should like this. But sometimes, yeah, it just doesn't always do what you need it to do.
Have you guys? Has anybody else here played Cosmic Frog?
Mm-hmm. Dude, I want to play it, but that game, the box art, I'm here for it.
Yeah, the artwork is amazing, and the theme of the game is completely unhinged.
Right?
Yeah. This is like Cosmic Frog is hitting the Venn diagram of what I want from a person on the outside of the industry, like 100%. And anytime I come onto stuff like that, if we're just shooting, like talking shop about games, I'm like, who here has played Cosmic Frog? Tell me it's great because I've heard really good things. I haven't gotten to the table yet though. Every time I see it on the shelf, I'm right there. There we go. Yeah.
Of course, West has it.
Shelf, yep. Every time I see it, I go look at the box. I think it's like $60, 60 or $80.
Oh yeah, it's super heavy.
Yeah, it's a heavy box. I always go and look at it, and I'm always right on the cliff, ready to buy it.
I've almost bought that game like 10 times. I want it just for the art.
It's a fabulous game. I highly recommend getting someone to teach it to you because there are so many weird things and like minor crazy rules and stuff. But oh my gosh, it's really fun. Cool. It's really fun.
Yeah, and I just love bananas.
Right? What's that?
Oh. You're a giant like celestial amphibian, and you're like eating planets, right? Like eating galaxies or something.
Yeah, and then as you're going along, there'll be other frogs next to you, and then they'll stick their tongue down your throat and then pull out the stuff that's in your guts.
Whoa.
It's all part of like
not
how
consensual at all.
No, not at all. But it's how you eat things and the order in which you eat things, because you can protect the like really expensive ones that are worth more money or whatever, the value of currency be as it were. But basically, when you get to another place and you get to a safe zone, you can unload the stuff that's in your gullet onto your special pad on the side. But if someone steals something from you, they basically put their tongue down your throat and steal the thing that's on the top. So there's movement things where you're pushing people out into the cosmos, and you can get stuck into the unknown. And there's all kinds of really weird, fun rules, and it is a ridiculously entertaining game.
I'm not going to go into detail, but there is a Bob variant where you are able to take from the bottom of the deck, but you got to go in the other way. Just saying.
Yeah. You have to pay extra resources for that, though.
Okay.
Hey, since we're kind of on that topic, instead of games that maybe didn't click this year. Well, not that topic. What are your favorite games you played for the first time this year?
Oh shit!
So it doesn't have to be from this year. It can be
new to you. New to you this year. New to you.
Okay.
Huh. Ooh, I've got one that I'm hoping to hear, but I would just.
I mean, I gotta say Endless Winter because I got it to the table for the second time a week ago.
Right on.
And yeah, Endless Winter was it was kind of freaking me out because I don't have a lot of like heavy Euros. I don't even know if it's really a Euro. It's got so much stuff going on. But like that's not really like my lane as a board gamer, you know. I like battle games and Magic and stuff. But I got to the table. I really liked it. I got my ass beat the first time I played. I got my ass beat the second time. Still really enjoyed it though, only because there's so many different avenues you can try to optimize, and there's so much exploration of mechanism within the game. Like, are you playing towards the runestone things? Are you exclusively focusing on hunting? Is it all about that zone control, settlement placement, business stuff, which I really feel like, and then the eclipse phase is so satisfying. It's so great when you get to an eclipse phase in Endless Winter and everything kind of lines up and you're just like knocking stuff out and placing things and adding new stuff. Yeah, I enjoy it. I want to get it to the table more, but it's also like one of those ones where it's great if you can get people who've already been through the teach once or twice.
Right, so you don't have to reteach each time. Now, did you get to play with any modules, or did you just play base game?
I've just been playing base game because every time I've sat down with it, I got 2 or 3 new people who are completely fresh to it. You know, I can't really tack on more stuff, but I've been enjoying it, man. I think it's cool. I think it's
that's Kordonsky, right?
Yes,
Stan Kordonsky.
Yeah. We have to get that one back to the table because I really felt like I should enjoy it more than I did, but I was also terrible in the first play of it.
Well,
and I feel like that sort of affected me slightly. But I think the deck building is done very it's unique in that, like you said, you have that phase that can be more important than the immediate deck building. So there's kind of like 2 sort of different cards you're recruiting that trigger at different times. I did not get those to line up at all.
I was surprised at how high Resurgence was for me. So like I really want to try Endless Winter again.
Another Kordonsky game.
Yep.
Yeah,
I bought.
Sorry, Tim. Oh no, I didn't realize how important it was until I started seeing my buddy who was playing for the first time like double my score because he started trashing cards out of his starter deck right away.
Always key.
Yeah,
any
he's
deck
like
builder. Get rid of that starter shit.
Yeah, all of those little hunter dudes and the one other character that's not the chieftain. He just started getting because he didn't really know what he was doing, and the effects that he was getting on the worker placement track was just like, I guess I'm gonna get rid of this dude, and he did it enough that like his whole deck was just Eclipse effect cards and guys that are letting him draw innovations off of that one pool of cards that tap, that market of cards that you can get stuff from, and he just started lapping us.
That's wild. That's fun.
That's one of my key mechanics in any kind of deck builder. I always call out the beginner stuff because everybody starts with those beginner cards. They suck. Like all the cards you're buying are always way better. So call that weak shit out of there. So you're always drawing the cards you want to draw.
So Bob, I just had an idea. What about a deck builder where all the cards you get are worse? And so you don't want to call.
You know what? I'm not going to buy anything this turn. I'm just going to stick around. Yeah.
But you have to buy. I don't know. There's a way around.
You have to buy. There you go. You're stuck buying a card. You got to buy a card.
Empire's End. Your tableau keeps getting worse, right? You don't have a choice. You have to fight to not make your tableau worse.
Is carrying a lot of weight in that title.
So that was a game that I did not have fun playing. So maybe we do it like in a deck builder and it works better. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm full of shit.
Deck builder's end. So it's the end of the deck builder. It's just kicks. That's all that's left. So you just gotta buy a kick every turn to add to your deck.
Don't you disparage DC deck building game. Don't you do it.
No, I'm not. I'm using that as a term of endearment. So anytime I'm playing a game and there's the basic bitch cards that are there,
you use kick.
They're kicks.
It's a kick.
Yeah,
because that game's good and it's evergreen.
It's not good. It's just it was the beginning. It was groundbreaking. Sure, it was the beginning, but we've
13 years ago it was.
Yeah, and 13 years ago it was a good game. So
I just played it again on Sunday and I still love it.
Sorry.
So get bent. No, you're good, brother. All right. So we need to talk about new to you. You did new to you. You said Endless Winter.
Yep,
I did. Yeah.
Endless Winter. How about a gaming experience? Have you had a gaming experience that this year that you want to shine a light on?
Oh, geez.
Just one, and all the other ones were garbage. And you, by picking
Everything else
one,
sucks.
every other
Yeah.
one is terrible, and everyone will
Irrelevant,
know that you
yeah.
hated that experience.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, you know what? Well, I mean, thanks for calling on me again. Yeah. I took a Sunday. I took a Sunday afternoon, even though I had a mountain to work. I took a Sunday afternoon and grabbed my collector's edition Dark Knight Returns solo game by Cryptozoic.
Nice.
And the reason I'd been sitting on it is because we didn't have a table large enough to accommodate this game. So we got
It's a
this. Like,
beast.
yeah, we got this 80-inch by 80-inch square table for board gaming, and it's also large enough to have this game. So I cracked open a beer. I had some other things that I enjoy, and I turned on Batman, the Batman soundtrack to the Nolan movies, and I started digging in. I played it wrong. I was in there for about 2 hours with setup. I played it wrong. I got to the end. I was like, that was easy. Oh, right, because I did the city population phase totally incorrect. I got to get back to it. However, the grand nature and the pageantry of this solo game and the gall of these guys to make a game this large and this bespoke for a single player experience, I really felt like it was self-care. I gotta be real with you. I really do. Yeah, something like that. You know, I know it's a commercial product, but there was also, like, I'm a huge Batman nut. Like, I didn't mention that. Yeah, I love Batman. I love Frank Miller's work. So for me, I'm listening to Batman music. I'm enjoying drinks. It's a Sunday afternoon. The sun's coming in through the window. It was a really nice experience from a gaming perspective.
Dude, that's awesome. That's a great example. That is a perfect example. I was playing the Kinfire Chronicles, Kinfire Delve. I was doing that solo on Saturday. I needed to learn it for the show. I was playing it solo. It's a beautiful card game, and you can play it with 2 with the box you get, or if you've got multiple sets, you can play with more people. And but yeah, like you said, man, I crack open a beverage. It was way easier and not the table hog that Dark Knight is, because I was able to, like, take some breaks, like moderate some disputes between my children, and then, like, get right back to it and enjoy myself. But yeah, that's legit self-care. Great experience. I love it. That's awesome.
Nice.
All right, West. Mr.
Okay, I'm ready. It took me a minute. I appreciate John going first, because
We threw John way
under
the bus for you. John took like 7 bullets for you.
Right.
Okay.
There's a lot of wheels. Yeah. All right.
It is a lot of wheels. A lot of wheels. So one of my favorite things is going to conventions and meeting people, enjoying playing with people, and also learning new board games. One of the board games that I learned this year for the very first time was a little game that took 2 hours for the teach. I kid you not. It was literally 2 hours. We sat down, and the person who taught us was incredible, had notes and everything. Went through the entire thing, taught us everything. We had 2 questions when we were playing this game. The game takes roughly 4 hours to play. We literally
I thought you were going to say it was Cards Against Humanity.
Oh, no.
So
I absolutely love this game. I've had so much fun playing it, and I've now played it, I think, 3 other times. But the key is that I only will play it with people who have already played it, or at the very least, they have to go through the teach without me, because I'm not going to sit through another 2-hour teach. But in case you guys haven't had a chance to play it, I highly recommend Feudum.
I own it. Have not. Bob and I tried to play it one time.
Good things.
At
yeah,
Geekway. Yeah.
This game, number one, like, if you're talking about artwork that just sends you over the edge,
Crazy artwork. It's very trippy.
It's why I backed it.
Yep, it's absolutely beautiful. I absolutely love this game. I again, thank you. Yes, it is a literal 2-hour teach. I kid you not. It is so much fun, though. You will have an absolutely beautifully, wonderfully executed time. It is so much fun. The concept being that you're feudal, you have feudal lords and a king and queen or whatnot, and you're trying to level up the areas of that you control to different types of terrain. And then the interesting thing is that around the outside of that board, there are different professions, and each profession works into the other profession. So if you do one thing in one place, it changes something in the other place over here on the side. So there's a lot of upkeep and weird stuff that's going on, but if you play it correctly, it's super easy. Like, it's not a complicated game once you've gone through all the rules, but oh my gosh, getting through the rules is just a nightmare. But it is so much fun. So much fun. Such a great game. So
the
highly,
art
highly
really reminded
recommend
me.
playing.
Yeah, so the artwork really reminded me of like my mushroom eating days in college.
Yeah.
Like it is, yeah, it's out
Yeah.
there.
It is.
College.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely has those situations. But I will tell you that, like, the weird thing is there's these monsters roaming around the board, and one of them is actually the king who's been put under a spell. So the queen is trying to find him. Like, there's these weird situations if you're playing with just 2 players. There's a 3rd player variant. So, like, there's all kinds of really unique and weird, quirky rules and all these extra add-ons and stuff that you can play with. And I've continued to play it and continue to add more add-ons in each time, and it just gets better and better and better. Unlike a lot of games where you just add in extra stuff and it just overcomplicates it and it's not that great. The core game is fantastic, but as you add more stuff in, it's even better. So highly recommend it if you get a chance.
I remember that Geekway of the West that Tim and I have tried to play that with his sister. And yeah, it was quite the learning. Ooh,
Mine
signature.
too.
Ooh, bougie Tim. But yeah, it was a lot of fun though. It was very interesting. I would definitely like to play it again. I own it also. It's upstairs somewhere. But yeah, it was like the art is crazy. The miniatures and like pieces are really cool looking.
Yep.
And yeah, it's very abstractish, I guess would be maybe the art term for it. But yeah,
it's very cool. It is a game that I backed because of their Kickstarter video, the artwork. Their Kickstarter video is hilarious and really fun. And I actually had Mark Swanson, the designer, kind of go over a bunch of the rules before Bob and I tried to play it at that Geekway, because that's where he signed my copy.
It was a Geekway, so that was like what, 2018, 2019?
Oh my god, it was longer than that ago. It was when the game was still pretty new, and
it was.
We still couldn't figure out how to play that damn game.
I will tell you, I was very lucky. I'm going to plug here a little bit, and I apologize for plugging, but Level Up retreat that happened in July, that's where I was taught it, and I was so glad, because then I've been able to play it at Gen Con, and then again another time after that. So
nice.
Like, that was just amazing to me, and getting to go to those different conventions do that.
Is that your new to you game then this year?
That is my new to me game that I've got to play this year. That was a wonderful experience, and I really, really enjoyed it.
Awesome.
Really enjoyed it.
So you hit both in one go.
I still have the best experience.
Oh,
okay. Let's hear that.
Oh, I'm going to get in trouble for this, because if Googs is still watching, I'm probably going to get in trouble. But I can't help it, because it was the greatest experience that I had, and Tim was involved in it as well.
I'm out.
So there's a game that is coming out in a bit, hopefully sometime next year.
A bit.
And it's called This, and I'm not going to say anything more. Okay.
I missed it.
But there's an amazing card. It's called First Card, Best Card.
Oh, nice.
And so we were playing this game that Googs had, and was trying to decide whether or not he was gonna to get the game that 3WS would be able to print it as a publisher. And he had a whole bunch of us there. Andrew was there, Tim was there, some other folks as well, obviously Googs, myself. And Googs messaged me and was like, dude, he just sent a picture of the card. And I was like, where are you? Because I have this thing where I'm trying to play 24 games with flamingos in them by the end of the year. For the record, I'm at 18. I've done really well. Yeah, I'm gonna miss 24, but man, it is so hard to find games with flamingos in them. But anyway, that's besides the point. Yeah, Andrew, exactly. Andrew was there. Yep. And we started playing this game, and we started playing it one way, and I got in on the second game, I think, maybe the second or third, maybe. And they were already changing some things, and I love spitballing stuff. I love having an opportunity to see games like evolve and change as you're messing with it and do different types. I love sitting in the in the unplugged room trying different things. It's so much. Yeah, Diane, you were there too. Exactly.
That's how I met them.
Yeah, exactly. So
wanna
we were
do
all
this.
having a great time playing this game, and then we started changing this one thing, and then we would change something else, and then we would change something else. And I will say that generally speaking, whenever we'd finish playing the game, I was like, all right, let's go again. And we did over and over and over again. I think we played for what, like 2 hours or something.
Or at least a game that
yeah.
takes 10 minutes, 15 minutes to like complete. Not that
Yeah.
long.
It was fantastic, and I've had so much fun playing this game. It was my absolute best experience. It's the one that I will cherish probably the most in at least probably the last 10 years. It was probably one of my favorite gameplay experiences. Getting to play with so many good friends, getting to be adventurous and try new things and do different stuff and evolve the game in a really fun way, and something that just made me feel excited, and also that I think is going to be an incredibly fun game, and I can't wait to get my hands on it. And then I was super lucky. What I decided to do eventually was I created a version of that game because I loved it so much with just regular cards. So I have an actual regular deck version of the game. And then the designer and I were friends on Facebook, and I had to go get my passport because I was going to Germany. And if you're like me and you don't have a passport, and then you forget, and it doesn't come fast enough, so then you have to actually go to the passport office and get a passport from the passport office, which you can do in 24 hours. Like, you can go there, and then within 5 hours they'll actually give you the passport, which is super cool. I didn't know you could do that.
The whole day.
But the designer happens to also live in Detroit, which is where I was. And he saw that I was in Detroit, and he was like, oh man, I have an extra copy of the game prototype if you want it. So I was like, of course I need this game in my life. So I managed to get the copy of the prototype, and I have played it 85 times.
What's the game, dude?
So
it's gonna change.
It's called
Relative
Relative
Space.
Space.
Okay.
That
Relative
dog is
Space.
hilarious.
Yeah, and both of these guys will be in the game. Again, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say or talk about, but what I will say is when it comes out, man, do yourself a favor and buy a copy because it is stupid fun.
Cool.
Stupid fun.
Let me just say, Wes, that experience, it's funny. That might be the highlight of my year as well, just because I'm sitting at this table full of game designers. And I didn't realize that Dave and Di weren't game designers because they just fit into the group so well. I assumed that they were. But like David Diaz was there, Evan was there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're there. Andrew comes walking up later, you know, like rolling in a suit jacket, you know, just like, let's go. And we're all just playing this game. And it was so weird to me because it's like, I'm not a game designer, but like I'm throwing out opinions and suggestions just like everybody else. And everything, like everybody felt like equals sitting at this table. And it just blew me away. Like, it's like, I don't know shit about like designing board games. Like, I just play them and talk about them. And to feel so included, you know, like in that was amazing. And then plus it was just fun as hell because we're talking trash. I'm playing this game and I'm talking trash with people I've never met and now are forever friends, you know? And it's like, this is so good. This is why I love board games. This is why I come to the table and do this. And even if I didn't have a show, right? Like it's just something that I will carry with me for forever. It was super fun and what an amazing experience. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, that's probably my most jealous moment. I would love to do that kind of stuff. Like I feel like that would be awesome. Like, I love breaking games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Dude,
like,
go to
I totally missed out.
Do you go to Unpub, Bob? Have you ever been to Unpub?
I haven't. We went up there one time and we met Roy Kennedy, the guy who did some of the maps and stuff like that. But I haven't actually spent time up there. But
I mean,
that's the place to go, huh?
I mean, what Tim is describing, what Wes is describing, where you're spitballing ideas, where you're looking at a game that functions, that's playable, people are having a good time, you're palling around, but there's an open forum where the designer's like, what do you think? Would you change anything? What did you like? What didn't you like? I've had numerous games where I've sat down for 20 minutes. I've gone through a couple rounds where we played an entire game. I make a suggestion and it makes it to the final. You know,
Yeah.
like as a playtester, you know, if you're playtesting stuff in these early stages where it's still cereal boxes and hand-drawn cards, and you make a suggestion that works, that helps the game, especially since like if you've gotten your hands dirty with design before, that's what these whole meets are about. But yeah, go to Unpub in College Park. I mean, I know it's probably a trip for you guys, but the main Unpub event is like awesome. I go every year. It's amazing. It's also just really cool to just see people who are coming in fresh, who are bringing something that they're excited about, that they think is, you know, it's that game that doesn't exist yet,
right?
That they want to exist. It's always fun to sit down with those.
The Meeple Gaming Society did host a proto spiel at one point in time, and that was a ton of fun. Like I loved like doing that, seeing the games like in their raw state, like, you know, and offering suggestions or, oh, what if this did this or this did that, you know, and like to me that's like so fulfilling. Like I super enjoy that, and that'd be awesome to be able to do that like more. So
there's a really close one by us, which is a proto spiel in Chicago. So yeah, you could definitely do that one. That one's super fun. And obviously at all the big cons, there's always an Unpub room.
I remember the one in Gen Con, I think it was, that I visited, but yeah, I didn't spend a ton of time there because I was working,
Martin Wallace spent a ton of time in there just wrecking people's games, and you could have just sat down next to Martin Wallace and played an unpublished game with him. That would have been pretty cool.
The only thing I would caution is I definitely did have one playtest event where there was this kind of green around the gills designer who had this like, it was this game where you had to use different forms of public transit to like finish your day's errands, and each of the travel lines had different speeds and costs, and I thought it was pretty interesting. It was cool, but there was this other guy who was like, I don't know who it was, I don't remember their name, but I remember this specifically. It was another person who had a couple designs under their belt. They had a couple things. They played like 2 turns and then rendered an opinion immediately and like crushed this dude. And I was like, oh man, no, dude, come on,
finish him.
At least finish. Like this is a 20-minute game. Like at least finish the game before you tell the guy he needs to go back to square one on all of this stuff.
Damn.
Ouch.
Oh, really quick while I have the floor. This is really fun, guys. I have to pack. I have to pack my bags and be up at like 6:30 in the morning to drive to Philly tomorrow.
No,
finish
finish up, brother. Finish
so
up,
jelly,
man.
so jelly.
West, I'll see you there. Board game rundown, guys. Any of you guys?
No.
Sadly, no.
Sorry, fellas.
Yeah.
Word.
All right. Well, West, I'll see you.
We're gonna live vicariously through you, John.
Absolutely.
Hey,
what
booth will you guys be in at PAX? Tell everybody.
I am at Goblin. Quiet boy. Sorry.
I love that your dog's name is Goblin.
That's awesome.
Me too.
I'm fairly certain that I'm at 3915, but let me double check.
I'm at 3909. So
3909.
Oh.
Are we close? 3951. 39.
Check out aisle 39XX. It's apparently pretty awesome.
Yeah,
absolutely. Sounds like a badass aisle.
Gentlemen, keep running down them board games. It was good to see y'all. And
good to see you too, John.
Yep. Adios, fellas.
Thanks,
John.
Drive careful. Safe travels. See you guys. Go see John.
Yeah.
Wes is sticking around.
Well, okay. Yeah, we're gonna boot Bob to the lobby for a little bit. Wes, we're gonna ambush you.
Oh no. Okay. I'm ready.
We brought
Let's do it.
3 of your exes to talk to you and how horrible you were to them in previous relationships. Just kidding. No.
This is your life.
Yeah. Oh, remember those people you were trash talking? Well, they're all here now. Let's go. No. We've got some friends that have made a game that we love. We're very excited about. It's not out yet. And Mike and I, for ages, have been like, Wes needs to play this game with us. So, Wes, we're going to make you play Fairy Tale Campaign Trail with us.
Okay.
But Mike, why don't you bring the lovely folks on real quick, and we'll let them explain it.
You mean the folks from Parakeet Griffin Games that designed Fairy Tale Campaign Trail?
Hey, excellent.
Oh my God, there's 3 beautiful faces that I'm always happy to see.
Hey, likewise. Good to see you. And Wes, nice to finally meet you. You're
Nice to
like
meet
a
you.
legend on this channel.
Oh, that's very kind.
Aaron
And
tells
probably
you
off
short.
this
You're a
channel
legend.
too.
You're a legend everywhere, Wes.
It's the handsome
we
face
have-
and the flamingos. That's really what it is.
I'll do it.
Sells it. It sells it. So we have London, we have Christina, and we have Aaron. They are Parakeet Griffin Games. Am I leaving anybody out? If I just give you guys all the credit, are we making anybody mad? Are we good?
No, it's just us.
Because y'all are the ones that I always identify directly with when we talk about Parakeet Griffin. Let me just say, first of all, thank you guys so much for coming on our 1-year anniversary show.
Thank you guys so much for having us.
It means a lot to us. No. It means a lot to us. You guys are part of our stories. Like when we talk about like awesome experiences that we've had at conventions. I mean, we are friends because London and Christina stopped at our booth at Origins. And you know, we BS'd a little bit, and then I rolled in with some people like kind of what was that, like one of the last nights of Origins. Horse like had no voice, and we played a couple rounds, and you guys gave me a prototype of this game, which I've now held on to with, and I will not let go of. I mean, unless you need it back, and I'll give it to you. But Mike and I talk about this damn game all the time, and it's because we love it, and we I don't know. You guys are awesome.
We have the best participant for this game in West Flamingo. I'm so excited to see how this goes down. Wes is going to crush this. It's going to be so funny.
Excellent.
Okay, so but first of all, because of the nature of the show, real quick, do you guys have like a new to you this year board game or a board game experience you want to bust through like relatively quickly so that we can get right to the game? But I don't want to like just have you on, only use you for your game because that feels cheap. Like everybody else, we've been like, so what do you love this year? So it would not be fair to you guys to just disregard that completely.
I mean, I could go real quick and just say I mentioned it last week as well, and someone else mentioned it earlier. But Thunder Road.
Yeah. There's no stealing. It can be yours too.
I mean, someone else already brought it up earlier on the stream, so I'm already, stealing it from someone else.
I love.
This is
Thunder
no longer
Road.
Board Game Rundown.
So
it is
damn
now the Thunder Road
fun.
Appreciation Show.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm here for it. R&R Games, we're taking sponsorships. Restoration games.
I also do want to say, though, just in terms of board game experiences within the last year, I'm not just blowing smoke. Whenever I think about board game experiences from this last year, the first thing I think about is that Telestrations night at Gen Con. Again, I think I might have mentioned this last week again, but like I was laughing so hard, I was literally nauseous. Like when we had our whole group of people there, your whole group of people there, it was amazing. I've never had so many fun people at one table in my life.
I was not prepared for the artwork from these ladies. Representations of sexual acts that passed to me while playing Telestrations After Dark. I was not ready for it. All I remember is concerned Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, gender bent Winnie the Pooh will bury you.
Oh my.
Yeah. Oh, contemplative torture. Thank you, Bobby.
I'm pretty proud of that one.
Yeah, you guys were crushing it, and I'm just here with my stick figures and my poorly drawn phalluses flying through the air. All right, so Christina, no pressure. But what was your favorite game of the year, and why was your favorite experience have something to do with hanging out with me and Mike?
Yeah, of course. Well, Thunder Road was probably my favorite new game of the year.
Right on.
Though Moonrakers did release an expansion, 3 expansions for that game. That's like my number 1 game, I think, of all time. So
and they've got Moon Rollers right now, right?
And they've got Moon Rollers, right now,
Yeah.
as well. So they're still cranking out stuff. If I had to pick my one of my top gaming moments of the year, though, It might be while I was playing a tabletop RPG with London and a group of our friends. The saga of freaking Dustin McGregor, who started out as a piece of graffiti in a prison cell and quickly became the most powerful person in our little one shot. And it's just a good example of what players can do to just completely screw with everything. So
they just grabbed the most random. I just made up this little bit of flavor
Yes.
text as a DM. And
I
it's
think
like,
one of
really
them
now,
made up
guys,
the
I've got to
flavor
like
text.
flesh out this whole thing.
It wasn't even me. Was it London? Was it you?
That was me.
Yeah.
I was.
London was like, just like, oh, look at this graffiti in my cell. Oh, Dustin McGregor. I'm like, well, he's here in this prison now, and they broke him out, and they like gave him an oil empire, and
Awesome. I love it.
He's now an oil baron.
yeah, he's an oil baron.
That's the joy. That's the joy of RPGs.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
I was
sure.
also going
all
to
right,
mention
London.
the Dishonored RPG.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
because that was it is technically new to us this year, was the Dishonored RPG.
Mhm. Yeah.
So that one was a lot of fun. The sort of mini campaign that we
That's my
ran.
very subpar DMing.
Oh, you're good.
Did you notice how
But yeah,
high her voice got when she said that?
Yeah, I did know. That's yeah, that's the. Oh yeah, you were great. Yeah.
That is an extremely Christmassy setup that you got going on back there, by the way.
Oh
I
my
appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm here for it.
Okay, so can you guys please explain to West, the uninitiated, on what Fairy Tale Campaign Trail is and how to play?
Yeah. I guess I can explain
You
it.
wanna take it?
Sure.
Go for
Yeah,
it.
I'll take it.
Sure.
So, in
Perfect.
Fairy Tale
I'll be right
Campaign
back.
Trail, you all of us, the players, are running for mayor of a fantasy village, and this
Okay.
game is the political debate. So every round, we're going to have a problem that we're going to have to try to solve for the town. You know, like our town is going through a pumpkin spice phase. That is one of the serious issues that face our
A
town.
pumpkin
So
spice phase. Okay.
yeah, it's a real problem. And so traditionally, if we were all sitting at the same table, we would have a hand of solution cards, and you pick one, and like create an incredibly marketable mascot. And you pick one, and you'll get a turn to explain why it is the best way to solve the problem and how. And you'll get a chance to rebuttal each other, defend your own argument, and then in addition, at the top of the round, after the moderator displays the problem card, they'll also pick one of those cards that Tim just showed, which modifies how the debaters have to present their argument. And
I
they're
now
all-
understand why I'm here.
Yeah, they're all different. We make every round unique.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, they're all pretty good.
It's gonna be
I like to
great.
think so anyway. So yeah, that's the gist of the game.
I'm
Oh
here
my
for
God.
it. Let's do this.
I knew
So,
it.
Yeah, the more ridiculous, the better.
Mike has been saying we have got to get Wes to play Fairy Tale Campaign Trail with us for ages. Like, this is all Mike. And then we were like, okay, so West is coming on later. How do we get West to play? Okay, so we're gonna make it so that the Parakeet Griffin people are on at the same time as West. We knew John had like a little window, so we're like, okay, yes, John, you're awesome.
I
That's
love
great.
it.
We love you. Thank you for being here. Okay, now let's go. So we really wanted to be able to get West in on this game. We set this up.
So
if you guys don't
for
know,
the record, I just want to
Oh.
say this really quickly. Scattergories, before I was a big board gamer, Scattergories was one of my
Yes.
absolute favorite games. Okay. And the reason
Loved
for
it.
that wasn't because of anything else. I'm not a smart man. But what I am good at is arguing my points. So I would come up with some absolutely inane, ridiculous thing that fit, in theory, the rules of Scattergories. And then I would argue why it was the right answer. and then I almost always won. Sometimes because people just wanted me to shut the fuck up or shut up. Excuse me.
No, it's
Other
fine.
times just because I was right, and they were like, "All right, I see where you're coming from." So I am in for this. I can't wait. This is
I'm
gonna be
prepared to
great.
lose horribly. This is gonna be great.
We have somebody in the queue that's a social deduction and also D&D player who might also be a good fit for this. I think
we
the
got
stream
Paul, real
caps
quick.
at 6.
Hold
I'm
on,
okay dipping out because I've played it a few times, and I'll still be here and I'll pop back in whenever.
Okay, so
but we're gonna
we'll bust
try
Paul
this first. Fellow Indiana native. It
Oh,
does
look
go
at
up to
that.
7. Is it
Or it
9
goes to
then?
7.
Okay.
What's up, Paul? Okay, Mike. I gotta take like a 30-second break. Paul, what's up, buddy? Good to see you.
It's good to see
Mike,
you guys.
Bring Paul up to speed real quick. I will be right back.
I think Paul was here for the whole teach, though. So you understand the premise, Paul?
I was watching, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think he was here
Just
for
get
all that.
his-
So I think we're ready to jump right into it.
Well, fine. I won't take a break. Hold on.
Well, hey, I had to break the seal, admittedly. And, your prostate's older than mine, so.
Wow. Wow.
Ukraine is not weak. Ukraine is strong. Okay. So my parakeet griffin friends, do you guys need me? So what we'll do, normally you'd have like a whole hand of these solution cards and you're going to pick one. What I'll do is I'll give whoever doesn't have access to these cards, I'll show you like 3, and then you can just pick from the 3. So that's kind of the way we've kind of worked around.
Question. There we go.
Bob can play too.
I was wrong. Yes, Bob's playing too.
Oh, Bob hates this game.
Oh wait.
Just
Oh,
kidding.
oh, never mind.
No, it wasn't the game. He just doesn't like you guys. That's what it was. I forgot. Sorry, Bob. Welcome, Bob.
I can go back to the lobby. It's all right.
Arn is not allowed to leave. I tried to get Arn's address really hard. I was like, "Hey, I'll send you a picture. Send me your address so I can not stalk you. I mean, send you this game." And he's like, not so fast.
Stricter with Aaron. Yeah, he's not.
He's
gonna
quick.
Yeah.
Quick on his feet.
Don't worry, Tim. I trust you. I don't believe that you would come and abduct me, try to eat me or anything.
Well,
I mean, yeah, of
he
course
might
not.
try to eat you.
He does not see you as food ever.
Armie Hammer is my favorite actor.
It never occurs to me that on the food game stream, Tim forgot to list sushi because he doesn't like to eat sushi.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
They might have
But
a
all his
vegetable.
games mentioned eating people.
Yeah, because people
We're
don't
just
have
a
vegetables.
conveyor belt of consumption to him. So
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all valid. All food.
Okay, so London, Christina, and Aaron, do you need cards? Do you have cards?
I'll have to go get it. It's in the other room.
Christine, do we want to just pull up the old tabletop simulator mod?
Not on this laptop.
Okay.
I mean, I got cards here if we want to go that way. Or
I do not have cards.
Okay. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I
I
probably have London's cards. Sorry, London.
London, I
I
think
don't think
that
he's sorry, really.
I'm never letting this go.
That's like 5 or 6 times.
I think, Christine, I think you had both of them after ArcadeCon.
You definitely took one.
Uh-oh.
I hope you can find it.
Can we have the chat do the prerequisite? Like last time, they all picked
They
a
picked the
topic.
modifier.
Yeah, the modifier.
Oh, so the chat is going to need to say like how we have to resolve the thing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you could show this chat 3 modifier cards, maybe.
And have 'em
I don't
pick
know.
one.
If they want to vote for it or something.
Sure.
Hold 3 up to like splay 3 together and hold it up to the hammer.
Well, here's our town's problem. Let's start with this. Let's get started.
Okay.
Here's
Good
the town's
idea.
problem.
What's the problem?
I'll add these in chat.
So the conductor's baton was replaced with a wand of fireballs, and now the orchestra is literally bringing down the house. So we are all running for mayor of this town, and this is our problem. How are we going to solve
let
it?
me do this because that's
Okay,
hard to
so-
read. Tim,
Oh,
can
there
you
you
show
go.
that again? You're solo.
Nope. Oh yeah.
Thank
This
you.
is-
Oh, hello.
man, the show just got like a
There you
lot better. I can't explain why.
Yeah, you covered your face.
Well done, Bob. Well done, sir.
Okay.
You got it? You got it, Mike?
And I'm putting it there too. Yep.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay. So that's the problem.
Spelling error. I type fast.
Warned.
We're all
I
British
typed that
here.
all out pretty quick, damn it.
Oh, British
That's the
now.
Canadian spelling. Okay, so this show is like very much turned into Hostel 3, which was like appealing at first, and now is way too much of a good thing. So we should probably get everybody else back on screen.
Yes,
No, more death. Eat the corpses. Go ahead.
Okay. So we need to give people cards. So West,
Oh yes.
I'm not going to look. I'm going to give you 3 options, West. You just tell me when you're good. So these are
Yeah.
for West. I don't care if everybody else sees. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna look though.
I'm not gonna pay
But-
attention. I'm gonna
But
drink this
West,
whiskey.
can you read that?
Oh, look, whiskey.
Yeah, I can read that.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So that's option
Okay.
1.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 2 more.
Okay.
And then here's your 3rd one. And then I don't care which one you pick. Like, just keep
Right.
that in your brain. Whichever one you pick, I'll
Ooh,
keep your
did we-
stacks separate. What's
we didn't
up?
get our modifier. Don't we usually get that first?
I believe the modifier is last.
Is it? Okay.
Well, we've got the designers here. What's the
Oh,
rules?
that's a good idea.
Yeah. They don't know the rules.
You would have a hand of cards before you know
Oh yeah,
what
true.
the problem is.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So London needs cards, right? London's next.
I just found my box, so I'm good.
all right.
You did have it.
I did.
Christina's got cards.
I was
Aaron, you
liar.
need cards?
I got some here.
Okay. So Paul. We'll go with
All
Paul.
these cards.
They're cherry
What's up,
picking
Paul?
their favorite ones, but that's okay.
That's fine. It's their game. They can do what they want.
I know, right?
Paul, how's Evansville treating you? Is it good?
It's cold,
Yeah, same here.
which is
man.
weird because I'm
Yeah.
like 5 hours or south of you guys. But
Yeah, who's
In the
counting?
20s here.
We're
So
5
Paul,
hours
here-
north colder.
okay,
That's correct.
That's one of your cards, okay?
okay,
Stop trying to big time on Bob.
Here's another one of your cards.
okay.
And then here's the last one.
Okay.
Do you need to see any of them again?
The second one.
Oh, shit. Hopefully it was that one.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I'm not
I
looking.
fidget a
It's
lot.
more
I
fun.
put it down and I'm like, woo-doo-doo-doo-doo, shuffling. Okay, so those were Paul's cards. Bobby, you need
It's more
cards,
fun
right?
when they're
I
a
need
surprise.
cards. Hit
Here
me.
you go, Bobby. Here's number 1. Sounds like you should go with that one.
You guys
Here's
have
number
seen
2.
them all, so I obviously
Yeah.
don't care if you guys look.
And then here's number 3.
Real quick,
Oh,
back to
man,
number 1.
Where did
Number 1 was the one you laughed at. How did you forget it already?
It wasn't me that laughed.
Oh,
That was
okay.
me.
Okay.
All right. You good, Bobby?
I am good, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mike, you ready?
I'm ready. Yep. Okay.
You good?
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
I have
And
to
I'll just
try
grab.
and make that work. I don't know how, but
Okay,
just want
conductor's
to.
1. Okay. Ooh, all right. Well, I got one.
Tim, you're picking yours.
Yep, got it.
Oh, we need the modifier.
Oh yeah. Now everybody's
yeah.
everybody's got stuff, right? We're good.
Yeah.
I got
Everybody's-
cards. I got 3 cards in my hand.
Okay, rando drawing a modifier. I can't even read it because it's backwards on my thing. So
Okay.
That might not work, but okay.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard
Yeah,
for this
that one's
format.
not going to work for this
Oh
one.
yeah, we can't draw.
Oh no. Okay, yeah. Ugh, poor game design.
Yeah, this is
Who came up with that card?
Oh yeah, okay.
All right, hold on.
It's
You
the
must-
Fox News approach.
yeah.
Here,
You mean
Explain
fair
why
and
the-
balanced? Mike, are you putting that in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm putting it in a.
Can you make sure you misspell at least one word so it's funny?
Yes. I'll make sure it's an English misspelling as well.
Okay. Oh wait, so I must harness a weapon and explain why the
Wespen.
universe. Wow. All right, so West and Paul, who have not played this before, we are trying to argue why the conductor's baton has been replaced with a wand of fireballs, and the orchestra is now literally bringing down the house, which I love. Terrible thing. Many people have called me and told me how terrible it is. Grown men have talked about it, and they've cried. They've never cried before in their whole life. But you have got a card that is going to be your solution to this problem. But you must harness fear as a weapon and explain why the universe will collapse if your idea is not picked. West, the floor is yours.
Nothing like making the new guy go first.
Hell yeah.
Well, you see, ladies and gentlemen, the key here is we need to seamlessly integrate the solution into the problem at the same time. Now, if we don't, then number one, the people who are paying money, which we need to get for taxes and income and all those other things, we need to, and that actually was what keeps the orchestra going, is the revenue that they draw in. And we all know no one wants to raise taxes, correct? I said correct. Did you hear what I said?
No.
I didn't hear anything from anybody out there. Can you please respond with, we don't want to raise taxes, correct?
Correct.
Maybe on the rich.
Hey, they already have lots of taxes, and I'm rich. So, one of the things that we want to talk about here is seamless integration of a solution. The key being bards. If a bard is able to seamlessly integrate their song into the beautiful music that the orchestra is playing, they'll be able to warn people of the impending fireball heading their general direction. We could actually seat a unique bard at each individual area. So, like, we could have bards in the woodwinds. Oh, I'm sorry. The woodwinds are actually, they've already burned up. I apologize. We can into the horn, into the galley area where they've got all the timpanis and cymbals and gongs and whatnot. And each one will have an opportunity to be staring directly at the conductor, and then when his wand begins to create that giant fireball, they'll be able to warn the sections so they can get up and then move to the side, and then therefore they'll be completely missing that fireball that will be flying with great force and fear directly towards them. What this will also do is warn the audience, because there's an occasion where, we may have already blown a hole in the side of the building, and it will do one of those big ricochet things where it comes up and back over and then goes directly into the audience. And we clearly don't want to lose citizenry because that would be a terrible thing. The other thing that could potentially happen is, I don't know if you guys remember or not, but directly behind the where the woodwinds once were, where there's the hole that goes through now, we have that beautiful museum of portals. And if we were to shoot a fireball directly into the incorrect location inside of that museum of portals, it could potentially go through the refraction machine, which I believe is directly in front of the wall there, and then refract multiple different fireballs into all the different portals. Really was a terrible idea who set that up that way. I don't really know. But we definitely would want to warn people about the impending doom that could potentially happen if we don't have the bards singing their songs to warn everyone what is going on.
Wow.
That's
I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, I get it.
Incredibly elaborate.
Yeah.
Who do we hate the most to make follow that? And why am I thinking Bob?
All right. Well, no, but that's fine though, because like I really understand what you're trying to say, and not just like bards though. We need to have like an actor, like a highly paid, specialized actor that can really convey our message to people. That like like it's okay. What we're gonna deal with this, and yeah, the universe might end, but I feel like we maybe a Baldwin brother, right? We get one of them in here to talk about things and be like, it's not that bad, really. It's just a little wand and some fireballs, and the universe might end, but it's okay because you're hearing it from this guy that you like his movies. He does good TV shows. So it's okay coming from him. We just gotta hire this actor to come in and explain to things, in a better form that people will like and appreciate, So you're so close, Bless. You're so close, but it's not just a bard. We just hire an actor instead because they can convey what we're feeling, and what everybody's experiencing in a more concise manner.
What actor?
He said
Baldwin
the
brother. I already
brother.
said it. Pay attention, Mike.
Yeah, but Bob, I'm still what I don't understand is how will the universe collapse if your idea is not picked?
Hey, it's too late. He didn't say anything.
It's still going to
the
collapse.
next person.
It's going to collapse no matter what. Actually, I hate to break it to you. Just don't look up. Okay, just don't look up. That's all I'm going to say. Just don't look up.
Wow, legit.
Yeah.
Any volunteers to go next?
I'll go next.
All right, Aaron.
All right, guys.
Is that baguette related?
Oh no, no baguettes this time.
Okay.
Not yet, at least.
Okay.
No, okay, guys. So this conductor is bad news. All right, he's been given power, and we don't want him to know what power he has because today it's the concert venue, tomorrow it's the world, then the day after that, whole galaxy explodes, and after that, of course, the universe. So we got to stop this thing, and we got to stop it now. We need a plan to get this wand of fireballs out of this deadly conductor's hands. And the best way to do that is to appeal to the conductor's, basic human needs as he is performing. Now, what do all conductors need in the middle of their performances during half times? That's right, a snack. So I think that we use a potion that causes anything to become delicious, and we put it on the wand of fireballs so that the conductor then eats his wand of fireballs as a snack and no longer has it available to destroy the universe or the concert venue. It'll make things a whole lot safer. And conductors can conduct with their hands. You've seen them do it. He won't, he'll just, conduct without a wand or a baton from here on out. All we got to do is make sure that he eats this wand of fireballs during the halftime break in the show. That otherwise we're all dead.
Do we have Tums in the budget? Because that's going to give him heartburn.
We'll feed him baguettes afterwards.
Baguettes.
Yeah.
All right, who's next? Who's feeling froggy?
Oh my god!
I can go.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so I don't think you guys truly grasp the gravity of this situation. Our town is literally burning down around us, but this need not the whole situation with this conductor having a fireball wand need not be a problem if applied correctly. What we're going to do is we're going to toss him and the entire orchestra on a boat and ship them off, not to get rid of them, but to establish ourselves as a naval power. So our powerful ship will be able to lob fireballs at our enemies. And not only that, they will also be able to play in extremely intimidating battle music to raise the morale of our troops and to crush the morale of our enemies. Thank you.
Wow.
I
Wow.
hate to admit that makes a lot of sense.
It does.
She looks so nice, yet she's so violent. I love it. Who's next?
London.
That sounds like London's next.
Yeah,
That was a resigned sigh if I've ever heard it.
That was a resigned sigh if I'm not winning this round. All right, guys. So the solution I've got is this is the end all be all to defeat this wand of fireballs. All right, I have a sack full of termites Where's the camera? There we go. A sack
There
full
it
of
is.
termites that can eat any non-living material, which includes wands of fireballs. Really, we just need to cut this guy off at the source because, oh man, the damage that can be done with a wand of fireballs. I mean, it is the only D&D spell ever. Really, it's the only one.
Basically is.
Yeah.
So if we divest the conductor of this wand, he can do no more damage, and the power will not be able to go to his head. I rest my case.
Oh, look at that.
Direct damage to the enemy. Consider that.
I mean, Christina really wants to kill the enemy. We haven't established who the enemy is.
Who the enemy? Yeah.
You're gonna know your enemy.
But we do have battle music.
But we have battle music.
Surrounded by enemies right now. You know?
Yeah.
Which London, if it helps, the battle music is dwarven metal bands. So you know.
Yes.
Like Sabaton.
Wow. Let's get John back. He probably knows a few of those.
Paul, do you think you're ready to jump into this debate?
I want to be last. Am I last?
You can be
Because-
last.
No, you can
because-
be last.
Because so
Make Tim
far,
go. Tim should go.
because so far everybody has made the same incorrect assumption, and I'm going to use that in my argument.
That's fair.
Ooh,
Fair.
good. So then I'll go ahead and
All right, Mike's
plead
gonna
my
go.
case
There he
then.
goes.
As we all know, that the problem that we're all facing is that fire is bringing down the house, and I don't mean the worst Steve Martin movie. I was just trying to have a good time. I thought Tim would appreciate the movie reference. I was just trying to have a good time.
I'm
You know, I
sorry.
went to a concert. You know, just to have a good time, relax, forget my problems. What concert did I go to, you might ask? I went to a Metallica concert featuring a symphony. A symphony. Give me sympathy for how many whiskeys I've drank. The symphony was there to have a live production of Metallica's awful album S&M, and I don't mean that extracurricular activity. I mean their album S&M.
Oh my god.
And so, as a result, I mean, we've literally got this beautiful theater that our taxpayer money is funded, putting down to the ground. And I've just got one very simple solution, folks. We're going to make it rain whatever we want over the entire town. And the obvious answer would just be water. But because I don't pick the easy route, we're going to make the entire town rain whiskey, folks. That's what we're doing. Because what we want to do is we want to put the fires out. We're going to put those
Whiskey
fires out
doesn't
with
do that.
whiskey. And those of us, it does. It does. It depends on the proof. It depends on the proof. I've drank more whiskey. But
I guess if you use
proof
shitty whiskey.
matters. We could have people having the whiskey shits the next day if they would like.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure the double benefit of this solution is people are also getting drunk off of my solution.
Well,
And
and
when
you're getting
people are
rid of the
drunk-
shitty whiskey too.
No, we're not getting rid of shitty whiskey. We're drinking High West from Utah. That's what we're drinking. But whiskey all over the town. And then we're going to collect it into jars so that we can have whiskey in a jar. Because after all, we are at a Metallica concert.
I feel like if it's
Let me just
Sounds more like a
preface.
Megadeth concert to me, honestly.
No, that was all Metallica. I didn't make any Dave Mustaine references. Nice try, though.
Yeah,
You
but
could have
Let
made
me
it.
Symphony of Destruction.
You
kind
could have
of-
made a Talking Heads reference since they do have that song
Yeah.
called "Burning Down the House."
Mm.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good
Or
too.
APR.
But not the awful Stephen King movie.
Or
Stephen King.
Megadeth, you could do,
That's right.
Symphony of Destruction. Yeah,
That's
there's
what I
all
said.
kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Paul wanted
See?
to go
Tim
last,
gets
which
it.
means
Tim
it's the
gets
guy with the horns is next.
Oh, hello.
Hey, I'm a Viking. So
Hey!
you know a thing or two about Vikings. You know this is how we talk. So here's the thing. This conductor, he's messing up the whole town. The whole town's great. It's beautiful. I love it. My mother grew up here. But anyways, here's the thing: is we got like two problems here. The town's burning down because of this
Conductor
fugazi
guy.
conductor with the wand and everything. But we also We got this space fleet approaching that's getting ready to like destroy the whole planet. Well, here's the thing: is none of us speak its language, right? So we can't communicate and go, "Hey, we're populated here. Hey, we're living here." You know, you can't blow us up. So I got a solution for us that can fix both problems at the same time. We got to introduce an invasive species, right? So I think to like combat the fires, and then the only species that is known on this planet that also speaks the same language as this alien destruction fleet is water buffalo, right? You know, because they're water, so they're gonna use the water to put out the fire, and then we use the buffalo, the water buffalo. They speak that language with the aliens. They're gonna communicate with them. They're not gonna destroy us. It's gonna be great. Everybody's gonna be happy, and then when they're all gone, we get some buffalo steaks out of it. Hey, everybody loves bison. That's it.
Can I have some of those wings? I hear the buffalo wings are really good.
Oh, dude, the buffalo wings are the best. Say hello to your mother for me.
All right.
I never learned until today that was how Vikings spoke, and I'm
didn't
glad
know
that I
that?
know that now.
Oh my
No, I
God,
You didn't know Vikings were from the
can't
Bronx?
believe I went my whole life without knowing that.
All the
Bob
time
knows that.
over here.
Bob knows that. Hey, we're Vikings here. Hey, we're colonizing them.
Pillaging over here.
Hey, it's some nice women you got. It'd be a shame if somebody ran off with them.
Oh my God.
All right, Paul, you're last. There you
All
go.
right.
He's got an argument.
This is where I lose connection. No, I'm kidding. So everyone, did you hear all of their arguments? I mean, the incorrect assumption that they're making here is that the show has already started. They're all doing damage control. Why would you let the show start if you knew that the composer had a wand of fireballs? You've seen those guys. They're like, they go crazy with, and one of those things is going to shoot off and hit the moon. And then, we're going to be the one person that got something right was Christina. She said the gravity of the situation, that is what's going to destroy the universe. You destroy the moon, and now the Earth's orbit is all out of whack, so it's wobbling around. Okay. And eventually it drifts off and crashes into Mars, and now we have a calamity. So my solution is just, let's take a trip down Main Street here over to the local thrift store and buy, I don't know, any kind of stick-looking object, a straw, a kebab skewer, just anything that you can find that looks like a baton, and then we just do like a little Indiana Jones, just swap it.
Swap
and
them
then
out.
Swap him out. He doesn't even know, none the wiser. It's just now it's just a regular baton. It's just a
It
regular
makes so
baton.
much sense.
Yeah, no damage control when you can just, you can just fix it from the start.
Just saying, you're missing out on some buffalo wings.
And
I mean, I like
because-
some buffalo wings, but the switcheroo makes so much sense.
And because we went to the thrift store, we're spending like 20% of what we would spend at another store.
Gotta like a deal.
So
Although
the-
when you
the
pillage
tax-
it, it's free.
Make money on it.
Yeah. If we raid
As long as we don't
our
raise
neighbor
taxes, I don't
towns with our ships, we can have all their stuff too,
Epic soundtrack.
We're just gonna rain down on the fire, guys. The solution is very simple here. Don't
Hey, but it's
overcomplicate
freaking
this.
whiskey.
Right.
It's not
And
gonna
all
work.
these
Yeah,
ideas,
you'll enjoy
they sound
that.
so much better coming from like a highly paid, skilled actor. Get Alec Baldwin in here to pitch that. People are gonna buy it. They're gonna take it. Like,
This
yeah,
is the
that
part where
sounds
we
great.
get to argue because I've got I wrote notes.
Yes,
for everything
yes.
else is wrong.
Wes, you're doing it right. Let's go, Wes.
Okay. All right. I just want to reiterate because I went first, and most people probably have forgotten because of all the absolute crap that just went into their ear hole and then didn't come back out the other side. I just want to reiterate and bring us all back to home. Okay, we don't want to raise taxes. We're gonna have bards singing to warn people because the show has already begun. All right, that's why the house is literally burning down around us. So first and foremost, we want to talk about the Baldwin brother, that'd be Bob's solution. I don't know if anybody remembers or not, but there was this thing where the Baldwin brother literally shot someone. So I think it was a terrible idea to bring a Baldwin brother in anywhere because
Hey,
he's gonna find
allegedly.
some
He's just
reason to
promoting
hold a
gun
gun
safety.
and
He's trying to
shoot
bring
people.
gun safety awareness to the situation. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If that's the way you want to start your whole thing, I mean, we've already got fireballs. I think the last thing we need is firearms. Okay, I think we're good with the fire stuff. All right. Secondly, we're talking about putting some sort of potion and making it taste yummy so that the conductor is going to want to eat it, right? I don't know if you remember or not, but we had the whole conversation about which wand he would have instead, which long stick was the thing. It was literally a choice between a wand of fireballs and Voldemort's wand. So I'm not sure why you'd want to put Voldemort's wand in his hands because he's
We'll
going to
put the potion on that too.
all over the place, right? And it's going to start killing people left and right. Which, if they're burning, there's a chance to put them out. Okay.
Hey, my ex-wife was a Horcrux. What's wrong with that?
If I may offer a counterpoint, I don't believe your solution eliminated the wand.
No, it doesn't. It produces a warning sign because remember, in our current situation, when a fire happens, what happens? A warning, because
Alarm.
there's those loud things that happen around us. So warnings are already, we're used to it. So if we
Unless
warn
you work
people
where I
ahead of
work.
time, we're fine. So the next thing would be the battle boat. Now I will have to say that the battle boat was the most unique and interesting of all of them. And if mine isn't chosen for some reason, then clearly the battle boat should be the one that is chosen. But I want to point out here, by creating a battle boat, we have to pay for said battle boat. And I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but these things are billions of dollars. And we already talked about how we're not raising taxes. Okay. And in addition to that, we're literally putting all of our eggs into one basket. So because we're putting all of our stuff in one situation, then what happens if someone does get that good lucky shot off and kills the conductor? Then we don't have our awesome battle boat anymore.
If I may offer a counterpoint, we already have ships, so that's not a problem. And we've already got the guy with the wand of fireballs. Not a problem. We just relocate him onto the ship. And yes, all of our eggs are in one basket, but it's a basket that can blow things up. So I'm not as concerned about it. If somebody gets a lucky shot, that's just unfortunate, I suppose. But I really think that we will be able to more accurately blow up anything we want before anybody could destroy that ship. That's how I feel.
It is interesting that you bring up that we already have ships. I agree with you. We do already have ships. They're the Viking ships that Tim was talking about. They're rather small. So putting an entire orchestra into the battleship would, I think it's going to be a little bit of a challenge.
They row with excellent timing.
Yeah. The next one would be the sack of termites. Now, this is an inventive idea. The problem being that, again, it goes back to Aaron's situation where you're getting rid of number one and substituting number two. So we're back to and that's just not going to work for anybody. Then we go back to the obvious whiskey rain showers, right? As whiskey rain showers, again, we don't have bad whiskey in town. I'm not sure wherever you're drinking, but all the places that I go to, we only have top shelf, and that will 100% burn. Now, at least at this point, we're not spreading the fire to any other places other than the orchestra house. If we start raining fire and then raining whiskey, it'll literally burn down everything, and that will bring the apocalypse upon us significantly faster. So I think that's a clear, obvious no. Now we're talking
I'm
about
hearing a lot of deflection.
He was fine with the town burning down. He wasn't going to stop the guy at all.
True. He was just going to drink the entire time and be like, "Sweet," I think right now we're also talking about invasive species because bringing invasive species into a area where it is invasive to now that has worked out so well in other cases. We can talk about kudzu. Kudzu is a pretty terrible thing. We also have Africanized bees. They were supposed to be really great for us, and they're literally killing people. So I believe anytime we've ever introduced a species to take out another species, it has gone horribly wrong. So clearly that's not a good solution.
I don't I don't think we should be promoting hatred of Africans here, Wes. So I think, hey, chill off of that a little bit. And also, let me say that with the buffalo, unlike kudzu, we can eat it when we're done. So problem solved. Everybody
Kudzu
gets
sounds
a
like
big meal.
never-ending salad, right? It's like fucking Olive Garden over here.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the water buffalo?
Yeah, of course.
If the buffalo is made of water, how do you cook it?
Well, you boil off the water first.
Oh, okay.
That makes
I
sense.
follow you now.
That makes sense.
Never had a water pie?
Boil up the
And then last
Wait, are
but not
you
least,
thawing it out first? Is this frozen water buffalo? My
Hey,
God.
fresh, never frozen.
Oh, thank
Right.
All right, Wendy.
All right. Last
All right,
but not
Dave.
least, we have the Indiana Jones swap out solution. Paul, forgive me. I'm not sure how often you've watched that Indiana Jones movie, but when he did the whole temple swap thing, do you remember what happened in the very next scene? He literally ran for his life because there was a giant boulder that was literally going to crush him. You're inviting giant boulders into our city to crush everything around us.
But
I think this is a
okay, if it
horrendous
kills
idea.
if it kills me, I'm okay with that. I love this city so much that I am willing to die.
Well, in that
for-
case, we can just send you into the orchestra house. That's already on fire.
I mean, and
Toss
aren't we
me
trying
the
to be
idol,
mayor
I'll
of the
toss you the
city
whip,
here?
okay?
We're trying to be the new mayor of the city.
Yeah,
so
I'll be
if
the
he's gonna
dead
die
mayor. You can
anyway,
build a statue of me.
Hey, it's like
we couldn't go
Chicago.
to
We get
Chicago
elected
anymore.
to
A bunch of
And, I
people
believe
drunk
that
on
was
whiskey
everybody.
already love me, so I'm good with that.
Is any okay? So West had
Part
a
of my-
very strong counter argument.
My part of my solution that I didn't say was that I had a clone that would,
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Yeah, I really
heard-
feel like all
Take
your
my
guys'
place.
ideas are
You can
great.
hire
And
a
if
paid
like
actor
Alex
to do the
Baldwin
Indiana
came
Jones
and like
voice.
disclosed all
Yeah.
of that, it'd be great.
All I'm saying
I
is
heard
mine's the
some-
only idea that protects our country.
I'd be a little
Peace,
scared
Because
of
we
the
all know
conductor
our
sinking his
town
own
values
ship, but-
are money and violence.
Our town values are money and violence. Okay, and I'm fulfilling one of them real well.
I think our town values are survival. I mean,
Survival. I mean, a good offense.
Money
is
and
important.
violence. Money and
in this specific case, it's survival. Because what's at stake is the universe collapsing.
What's at
What's
stake
at
is
stake
water
is
buffalo.
the water buffalo.
Water
And that's some like terrifying news. But if Alec Baldwin was telling you that, it wouldn't be so bad.
It depends on who's hearing it.
Alec Baldwin told me to drink more whiskey and forget that I was eating a water buffalo.
He probably did.
I've heard so much counter arguments, nobody actually living up to their argument. The simple solution is you get rid of the fire with liquid. It's very simple. And if that
Yeah.
doesn't work, everybody's
Not
drunk and they'll
flammable
forget about the
liquid.
problem anyway.
Not all liquids
You
are
don't-
created equal.
Hey, find me a person that said less booze is a bad thing.
I specifically stated an animal that is partially composed of liquid
Water.
for that reason.
Buffalo.
If it was a whiskey buffalo, I'd be interested.
Also
Grease fire.
famously
If it's a grease
flammable.
fire, though. Is it a greasy fireball? I don't know. Is it pretty?
I don't know what
It's
concert
a
you
grease-
guys went to. I was just trying to enjoy a Metallica reunion tour, and
You picked the wrong album.
You picked the wrong band. I do think though Mike wins because he told Wes to be on, and that was friggin' awesome.
Oh, boo. Hold on. I like everything you said up till I think Mike wins. Everything else was pretty cool. Everything else was pretty great. If my own argument wasn't so good, I would also be like, West, the fact that he had notes in his phone prepared
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
was pretty impressive. No, you were saying
Right.
Mike should win.
No,
Mike
no,
didn't
right, but
prepare
Mike's idea
shit.
is garbage. But Mike's first idea of having West on was the winning idea.
I would just like to point out that West did not in any way have a plan to stop the fire or the conductor from blowing things up. He was just going to warn people it was happening, Pretty much everybody else was looking to stop the fires. I think that's probably more important than telling them about the fires.
I feel like he had a
aware so
bloodhound.
they can prepare, right? They gotta
He
get
had a
those, like,
bloodhound
Patriot
gang.
supplies and like build their bunkers. Like they gotta be ready to go. And like
He had a
kinda like
bloodhound
bard,
gang
Alex Baldwin
approach.
is a bard, so I kind of feel like it's like a trifecta win, right? So it's gonna be like
Okay.
West
No.
idea, my idea, and then like Tim's or yours. Like those are
No,
my
listen. West had a bloodhound gang solution. He said, "We don't need no fire. Let the motherfucker burn." That's not the solution. We need to save the city. And again, we introduce an invasive species, which then we can immediately control by then devouring it and feasting upon it. And normally I would normally be all about throwing a bunch of guys on a boat. We all rowing in time with a great drummer, and we go on and conquer other nations. But right now we gotta
that's
take.
incorrect. Metallica has a terrible drummer. I don't know who you've been listening to.
Hey! Also, we are forgetting the alien fleet that is coming to destroy us, and the water buffalo is the only species native to this planet that speaks the same language as these aliens. So perhaps my accent's all over the place. Hey, so we got to talk them into, siding with us so that they could talk the aliens into, kicking some rocks, moving down the road. Then we eat them.
I think Tim's internet is ran by a water buffalo.
Water hamster, maybe.
On a treadmill.
I think it's key here to remember that we didn't start the fire. It was always burning. The world's been turning. Okay, we didn't start the fire. We didn't light it, and we don't need to try to fight it.
But
okay, we don't need to try to fight it.
We are trying to fight it. I'm trying to fight it.
I'm trying to prevent it.
I would also like to point out that we've got plenty of time for the house to burn. Because it's not even made out. It's not even made out of wood because it's a brick. It's mighty. So there you go. We got plenty of time, guys. Drink all the whiskey you want. This house is not burning down in an instant. We've got time to kill. So drink some High West whiskey from Utah.
Okay, so we got a couple people still in the chat. Let's see, just you guys pick your favorite. Whoever gets the most picks out of the few people still watching. I know Andrew's there, Nix is there. We have not alienated.
Andrew's got to be backing up my booze solution, right? Or this guy's not on brand.
Oh no, Andrew, get out of here, Andrew. Can I make a guy on a buffalo reference?
Is that actually
Oh yes, please do.
Guy on a buffalo.
Oh, it's a baby.
Gun on a stump.
Kick you in the leg.
Oh man, I don't know if this is
cheaper than
endorsement or Team Blue is binding together again.
Oh,
right.
Donnie.
Donnie's got my back.
Donnie's got your back. That's not cool.
Yeah.
Raining Booze works for Rando. I have some opinions as well, but I've abstained from voting for religious reasons. Oh, Nix has got me.
Rigged.
Whoa, look at that.
Where'd it go?
Viking raid.
That was weird.
Viking raid.
Hey, I'm Raven here. Hickory dickory dock. Okay. So who wins, guys?
Like a tie between West and Tim. So next vote from the comments that breaks the tie between West and Tim. Is that what's going on right now?
Yeah, I like what you're saying there, Bob. That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty drunk though. I don't
know. Paul's getting in there voting for Bob.
There we go.
Paul, that's not fair. West is voting for himself.
I'll take it.
Hold on a second. I got this, guys. Let's go. There we go.
No.
That's weird.
That's so weird. Vote early, vote often, Tim. Okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
What?
West voted for West.
Okay.
Bob voted for Bob.
So weird. I voted for myself. That's odd. Misspelled Mike. Nice.
That's weird. All these.
Very strange.
Mike,
Very strange.
Mike, why did you type that, Mike? Mike, why did you type that? That's so awkward.
So it is a little weird now. It's a little weird.
Listen, I'm very flattered, Mike. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's the Viking hat.
It's because you didn't stop. It's because you didn't stop the fireballs.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why you're the hottest.
Well, you look horny, so
It was always burning. But we got plenty of time because it's a brick.
Oh God, quit!
Oh.
Just stop,
please.
I will
On
concede
brand, Mike,
to Christina, frankly, because I believe that her solution was, frankly, my favorite. It wasn't mine because, like, a boat of fireball death just sounds amazing, and there's an orchestra behind it that's literally
It's
going to be
super
playing like
useful.
amazing
Yeah.
tunes as
It
he's
is.
shooting fireballs everywhere. I mean, come on, that's literally the coolest option.
We already
Although it
solved
will
that.
raise
Let's go.
taxes. It literally raises taxes, so
I
it kind of
do
defeats
like
the whole belief.
water
The Titanic.
buffalo because buffalo wings are delicious.
I thought it was pretty creative. I was like,
pretty
I looked
good.
at the
pretty good.
invasive species
And, like,
card, and I was
so
like,
I'm
which?
picturing an Alec Baldwin commercial pitching some buffalo wings, to save the universe. So buy buffalo wings. Yeah.
And you got Alec Baldwin.
I
Well,
do.
actually, unfortunately, Bob's budget, we could only afford Alex Baldwin, which is
That's
not
fine.
Alec Baldwin. He's just like a second cousin. It's like Barry Garcia.
And his brother.
So,
You know the
so
Gallagher
Wes,
isn't actually the real Gallagher.
well, that's Gallagher too.
Yeah, because the original Gallagher only did like 2 shows, and then I think it's his brother or something is the one who did after that. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I'll
so
smash
Gallagher
the
sold
shit
his
out of
act
some
to
melons.
his brother,
Yeah.
but his brother toured as Gallagher too, but TOO. So then people thought they were going to see Gallagher, and they would go see like somebody, and then it would be like the headliner, and then it would say and Gallagher 2, and they're like, oh, also Gallagher. Not
People are not paying
exactly.
attention to English class and learning the difference between 2 and 2. I hate that.
Right.
It's so annoying.
So West, that is a sampling of Fairy Tale Campaign Trail. Mike and I were dying for you to play that.
Yeah, that's good times, man.
We could go all night with that, but I will not because a bunch of us have early mornings. But I really wanted. We seriously we set that up because it's like if anybody will enjoy this game that we know. But Wes, I have a prototype. Yeah, that's just one round, buddy. I got a prototype at my house. So
it.
next time I'm in your backyard just lurking, I'll have it on me.
Good plan.
And,
Very common. I'll look out my window in the morning. I'm like, what the fuck is Jim doing out there?
nothing to see
that
here.
sounds great. I'd love to play it. When is that? When is that coming around?
Next summer 2024, we'll have the Kickstarter.
Love it. Sounds good.
So they swung by our Origins booth. London and Christina did, and they were like, because we were kind of doing a similar thing on a lower level that we were at Gen Con, and they were like, oh, we've got this game, and I'm like, that game sounds freaking amazing. And then they were really awesome and let me borrow one of their prototypes, which then we've been like goofing around with ever since. And then I keep harassing them. Like I kept seeing Aaron at Gen Con, and I would like randomly pop up behind him and be like, I'm not following you.
I returned the favor a couple times.
You did. You actually startled me at least once.
Oh, no.
No, in a good way. It was awesome. I love it. Turnabout's fair play. To be fair, I started it.
All good.
But no, they yeah, go for it.
Oh, so yeah, the plan is for us to we're putting it on Kickstarter this coming summer. So it's been a long time in the making and a long time coming. So we're really excited to finally ship it out.
To be done with it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Free.
sick of this
Out of the
game.
nest.
Like,
So am I.
like, guys, come on and play this game you hate now.
Yeah,
Always
I'd
fun
love
to play with
to.
you guys. Always a pleasure. But thank
I mean,
you
I
again
don't.
for
I have never.
No, it's always fun. It's always a good
Go ahead.
time.
Yeah, it's always fun. I've never like you can it takes a little bit, you know, like the social battery to spool up a little bit, but like once you're in it, it's so much fun every single time.
especially with the right crowd of people, and that's you guys. So,
Yeah.
Well,
also,
Oh yeah.
Oh, go on,
Just
Arn.
in reference to, typically there's like inevitably some kind of Monty Python reference that shows up somewhere in these games. So in honor of that, I was drinking elderberry juice tonight.
Yes.
Your mom kind of smelled like that.
That's awesome.
Your
it's
mother was
father.
a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
Berries.
I'd never tried it before, but now I have a much more clear understanding of what elderberries smelled like, and I can see why it was an insult. So
Yeah.
I said,
I
trying
had
to
a sore
figure
throat one
out.
time, and somebody got me some elderberries. I was like, yeah, not great. Not great.
I've been trying to figure out what that bottle is for like the last hour.
Yeah, you thought it was whiskey. I'm like, dang,
This-
Aaron's hitting that
yeah.
bottle.
Yeah, I was like,
hard.
Aaron doesn't drink.
Like, dang, he cashed that old bottle.
no, so if I'm drinking something that I don't like that much, I drink it faster to get it over with.
Because throwing it away is not an
That's so
option.
legit.
Don't breathe. Just chug it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like I'm just gonna throw the rest of this away.
No, that's
no,
not an
no.
option.
I can't. I committed to it. I opened the bottle. I gotta finish it.
You must get some sort of sustenance out of it.
That's
Yeah.
what I do with
What
the
Mike
cheap
says every
whiskey I
time he
buy.
opens a bottle.
Tim, what was that one that lasted you like a year?
Oh, that Jeffers Creek whiskey that I had that was
Yeah.
not good. Yeah. I still have
Oh,
that
Tim.
empty bottle. I'm going to like fill it with something and hide it at Mike's house still. That's a thing that's happening.
I need to get you some Malort then. Yeah.
Oh God, I've heard the
Oh,
horror
no.
stories.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. When you get gifted one, you have to deal with it. So I'm pretty sure one's coming to you some way or the other. And I
Oh,
am going to Chicago, as a matter of fact. I have a layover in Chicago. I wonder if the airport has Malort.
Oh, I bet in their non-duty store.
Possible. Greatly
Oh God, I'm
possible.
screwed. I'll drink it on the
Yeah, you are.
show.
Oh, I know you will.
Yeah, I commit to the bit. That's what we do.
Get a live reaction of Tim's bitter beer face.
Oh yeah, Andrew says, "Show me your Malort face."
Yes.
But
Exactly.
as we wind down, hey Paul, did we get your new to you game this year and your game experience? We jumped right into Fairy Tale. Let's do that real quick, sir.
Hold on, before Paul goes, I really got to run because I've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, which is like
Hell
5
yeah,
hours
Wes.
from now.
Yep.
So, love you guys all. Thank you all very much. It was a pleasure playing a new game with you.
It was awesome,
I'm
Wes.
super excited, and Paul, I'm super excited to play your game again. I really had a great time playing Gempire. So, thanks,
Thank you.
guys. Love all
right.
of you guys at the rundown, and
Yeah,
I will
see ya.
talk to you guys later.
Bye, Wes.
Thanks,
We'll
Wes.
see you.
See you, Wes. Thank you, man.
Bye.
Now there's Paul. No pressure, Paul.
All right. Well, I can't remember I can't remember when I first played this game, if it was last December or if it was January, but if it's January, it's gotta be Blood on the Clock Tower.
Nice.
It's gotta be. I've played that game probably at least 100 times this year.
God dang.
I play it every week at least twice. So
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
that works out.
So I just love that game. I get so deep into that game, try and win in different ways, and I will, even if I'm on the evil team, I'll get into it with my evil teammates. Like I will go after them, like just to convince people that we're not on the same team. So like if people figure out that I was evil and they vote me out, well, they're like, well, I'm not going to go for the guy that he was wanting to get out, because why would I? He was evil. So then they don't go for my teammates. I'll go after my teammates hard in that game if it works. I just really like the different interactions in that game and how each game can play differently. There are some things I don't like about it, but if that was a game that I found out in December, then I think I'm gonna have to give it to Mansions of Madness. I just played that game for the first time like a month ago, and I've now played 2 scenarios, and it's a pretty cool game. I don't know if Mike and Tim, if you guys have played that game yet.
No.
It's like it's like a campaign-ish game. Think like I guess kind of like Betrayal at House on the Hill vibe, kind of. You're kind of all on the same team, and you're exploring this mansion, and there's like a goal that you have to do for this scenario, and you can suffer physical or mental damage, and if you go to 0 on your mental health, you become insane, and you have to pick a random card that tells you to do something secretly for the rest of the game. So you might actually, the insanity card might tell you that you have to win the game in a different way than everybody else is going to win the game. So like the first time I played, my character went insane and I couldn't talk for the rest of the game.
Nice.
The second time when I became insane, I think I had to I had to make sure that one other player didn't win or something like that. And so like I just had to like just go off and like attack people or steal their items, or basically just try to ruin the scenario for like one person.
You're a bad person.
But it's got like an app integration, which I know some people aren't huge on. I personally am not bothered by it. I think the app is well done. It works well. It's easy to use. It's really intuitive, and at the end of the day, a game is an experience, and I don't really care what it uses to give you a good experience as long as it's a good experience. Like, I don't really care if I'm playing a video game or a board game. I mean, I think I like the personal interaction of board games more, but the fact that you're using an app doesn't detract from that personal interaction. It just makes some of the bookkeeping things a little bit more efficient to keep track of. So, so Mansions of Madness, I think, if I found out about Blood on the Clock Tower too early, I think I'm going to have to give it to Mansions of Madness. But yeah, I think those are my.
I really like Mansions of Madness. Like, I've played it a few times, and like there's a couple of different scenarios. There's a scenario that plays like you're at a dinner party, and then lights go out, comes on, and you're trying to figure out like what's going on, almost like Clue. Right. And yeah, there's a lot of really cool scenarios. My biggest beef with it is the minis, like how they attach those plastic bases and they're constantly breaking and stuff.
Yeah.
But if it had better minis, like, yeah, that's a really good game. And the app does work really well.
You just cool.
tell it what expansions you have, and then you can just pick random scenario, and then it tells you what tile do you pull out. These are where your heroes go. Spawn this here, put a token there. And yeah, it works really well.
Yeah. They even have like puzzles that you have to figure out on the app. They'll have like sliding puzzles, where you got to get the one piece out the side, and your investigators has like a observation stat, and that's how many moves you can make in one round.
Yeah.
And so like if the puzzle takes like 7 moves to complete, if your investigator doesn't have at least an observation of 4, you're going to be taking at least 3 rounds to take that.
Yeah, exactly.
So like or it'll be one of those like digit puzzles where you put in like 4 digits, and it's like, okay, one of them's in the right spot, and it's the
right spot,
number,
right number,
and then one of them's in the incorrect spot, and it's the right number. Yeah, so like
it's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun.
The app runs it well. Yeah,
it does. I was very impressed, and
that's awesome.
I think I have kind of stepped away from, not stepped away. I think that's maybe a little bit too harsh of language there, but I think I have started to lean a little bit away from just like the common point salad Euro game, strategy game, and a little bit more into games that are just giving me an experience that's so much different than anything else that I've played. Yeah. It can be a story. It can be like it can be like fairy tale.
Campaign trail.
Campaign trail. Yeah, the one we just played. That was totally different experience than anything I've ever played. And that's like when I'm looking for things to put on my shelf, I'm looking for things that I can look at that game and say, I don't know what else on this shelf is like that. I'm not getting rid of that because I don't have anything on this shelf that's like that.
Right.
Like that was money that's well spent. So,
Oh yeah.
So
awesome.
yeah.
It's cool. I'm glad you found that. It's an older game, and like, yeah, that's awesome that you just found that and you're enjoying it like that. There's a lot of content. So
yeah, there is.
Yeah.
It's expensive, but
sure. You might be able to find it used, but yeah, it'd be tough. Tim's sister has a box. Have you seen her box that she's got? It's all like lacquered up with like a bunch of art and stuff like that. Yeah, it's super cool.
Yeah, Dave Brinkman made that for them, I think. But well, we should wind this bad boy down. It's getting late. It's been awesome. We all work tomorrow. Well, a bunch of us work tomorrow. I
don't work till late.
Yeah, you suck. I'll be getting up at like 5:30.
I should technically not be getting off work for another hour. So
I know, right? Lucky. Well, you can get on the floor, roll around with your cat and Winston, and
I'll do that. Maybe I'll download Chucky and see how that goes.
Yeah, you should do that. Play Dead by Daylight. I stayed up way too late last night playing Dead by Daylight with Chucky. It was crazy.
Nice.
Make
super
some damn
fun.
BGA moves while you're at it.
Yeah.
No, usually if you look at time waiting, I wait much longer for your turns than you do for mine, mister. So just say it.
But let me just real quick, just thank you guys so much. Aaron, Christina, London, Paul, thank you guys. Please, I hope you will come back on and do more with us. And don't feel like Aaron came out on without you guys. So you don't just like it doesn't have to always be all three of you. You're always all three welcome as a group, but don't feel like, oh, you know.
We're a package deal.
Aaron broke that rule.
How dare you?
I'm in trouble.
We got the baguettes, though.
Oh, yeah, that's what happens.
tasty.
That's what happens when the rest of the parakeet griffin flock isn't there to rein me in. You get
So
me
we're
talking
calling
about
ourselves
baguettes.
Did we rein you in?
Yeah, that's a good point. Touche. But
Is that what we're
thank
calling
you, Tim, for
ourselves
having
now?
us on.
The flock.
The flock. You guys are the flock. I love it. That's sticking for forever.
Oh no. Spoken
the
it into
flock.
existence.
Oh yes.
Well, not like we don't have like a thing to call people that like watch the show. Like, what are they, runners? Are they,
Oh.
So yeah, like so for the parakeet, yeah, that's a cool.
Run down
the Italian Vikings.
Yeah. Hey! Let me just tell you real quick. We were doing a show. I forget why. Bob.
That is a great story.
We lost Tim's audio.
It was very good. It was a great story. Lots of racial slurs.
Remember that time when that was hilarious?
The internet is just censoring him. That's why it's been cutting.
It
out.
was. It was. The universe was saving me from myself. No, we were doing we were talking about some game that had Vikings in it, and Bob starts to like, hey, with Vikings. And we're like,
so from then on, every Viking.
I love it.
Every Viking now is like, and it just devolved very quickly. And of course, we couldn't like let it go. So like during the course of the show, like we keep like coming back to it and throwing it in Bob's face. And it's like, professionals might edit around it, be like, okay, hey, like, why don't we fix this? Let's redo it. No, not us. Not us. We're just
commit to the bit.
Just embrace it.
Yeah.
Commit to the bit. But but Paul, we're gonna have you on again too, man. You need to come on, hang out with us. I really was impressed. I was pleased. I wasn't sure how if you were gonna want to do fairy tales. So because it's not everybody's like bag. You got to have people that want to like get into it and like goof around and kind of have fun with it. And so
I'm one of those people who I constantly think about like on my deathbed, am I going to regret that I did this? Or am I going to regret that I didn't do it? You know what I mean? And so that's what I think about when I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to regret doing this.
That sounds
So,
like the line
Bex,
up right immediately under Bob and Mike's dating profile. It's like
Sorry. Are you
you're
gonna
probably
regret
gonna
this, or you're
regret
not doing
not-
this? Huh?
I didn't even know you looked at my dating profile, Tim. That's crazy. But go
Well,
on.
my
Well, you know, I'm
cousin
on
sent it to
Grinder
me.
every once in a while just to see what's up. Gotta stay current.
Through social media.
I should definitely drink more whiskey.
but let's wrap this up. I can't think of a better group of people to wind down our 1 year anniversary with. You guys are the best. I really, 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 really appreciate you guys coming on and doing this with us, and being on longer than we wanted to.
Hey, after 1
Always
year
a
of
pleasure,
whiskey
Steve.
Wednesdays, you'll have to stock back up.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
I got a
Buying
couple
some
like
stock.
half bottles
Half bottles.
here.
There you go.
I killed a bottle today.
Rolling collection.
Well,
I'm
none
not
of
al-
them.
I don't always get to be on, but like I try to get in the comments and hang out with you guys as much as I can. But second shift does suck. So,
Yeah.
Rare
We gotta
Bob
get
you on
here.
though, Bob.
yeah,
glad
it was
you joined
fun,
in.
man. This was so much fun. I don't drink a lot, but Whiskey Wednesdays, I have like quadrupled my booze intake for the year. So yeah,
For the year. Excellent. This is how it should be.
I made it easy because it was raining down from the sky.
Yeah, I need to refill. I'm just gonna walk outside and hold my glass up.
You're
imagine the
welcome.
money savings that would be.
Correct.
But if I hear some warship playing like Flight of the Valkyries or something, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, I gotta get inside. They're coming.
Slowly, you
Inside.
hear in the distance the Pirates of the Caribbean music getting louder and louder and louder.
And then I just run like Captain Jack.
Retreat behind your herd of water buffalo.
That's it. I'm gonna be the guy on the
Delicious.
buffalo.
So delicious.
But all right, let's sign off proper, and we will go kind of in order. So, Aaron, you're after me. Christina, you're after Aaron London.
Oh,
Then Paul. Then Bob. Mike, you're first. Get us started
Doing
if
like
you
a
could
sneaky
stop
thing.
laughing.
I'm just shocked. It's been a blast.
It's-
From the board game rundown, I was Mike.
I was Tim.
I was Aaron, and congrats on 1 year.
I'm London.
I was Paul.
And I've been Bob.
Yes. Thank you for watching, guys. We'll see you next week and in the years to come.
We'll see you guys.
Good
next
job,
time.
Stonemeyer.
A 7.3 repeating. Heating.